distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear? Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to take your seats? As we will be starting soon the 7th BioTrade Congress, please.
Un, deux, trois, test, 1, 2, 3, test, 1, 2, 3, test. Okay, je m'entends dans l'oreillette, mais j'aimerais m'entendre dans la salle, si possible. On peut augmenter le son des bas-parleurs, peut-être. Un, deux, trois, test. On m'entend pas dans ça. Tu m'entends? 1, 2, 3, test. C'est bon. Un tout petit peu moins et on est bon. 1, 2, 3, test, 1, 2, 3, test. 1, 2, 3, check sound. Sound check, ok. C'est bon.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that I welcome all of those present here in Geneva and our online participants around the globe to the 7th BioTrade Congress. My name is Lorena Jaramillo of the UNCTAD Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development Branch. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in enriching discussions, exchange insights, and hold diverse sessions unified under the theme of global governance for trade and biodiversity. May our deliberation be fruitful, our collaboration profound and impactful. Thank you, and let us commence the 7th edition of the BioTrade Congress. Now, I pass the floor to the moderator of this opening panel, Ms. Chantaline Campertier, Head of UNCTAD's Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development Branch. Madam Moderator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Lorena. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm Chantaline Carpentier, I'm the Head of Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development Branch of our International Trade and Commodities Division. This morning, we are happy to have this 7th Congress, BioTrade Congress, that basically bring all of our, not only UNCTAD, but all of our partners together to celebrate the work that we've been doing over the last 25 years on biotrade at UNCTAD with our partners, but also to review the progress that we've made, but also where are the remaining challenges and what is it that together we can do to basically accelerate, because we see that the indicators are not headed in the right direction when we look at biodiversity, but also the other two sisters of biodiversity in the triple environmental crisis, which are pollution and climate change, and they're all intricately related. And at UNCTAD, what we want to do is to ensure that we are addressing them in an integrated way, but also because we are UNCTAD, we are addressing them from a trade angle, but we also addressing them from a development angle. And because we have such a wonderful set of panel this morning, let me not take more time and start presenting our wonderful panelists. Of course, we have with us our dear Secretary General, Rebecca Greenspan, who needs no introduction. We also have with us His Excellency, Vice Minister of the Environment Forestry of Indonesia, His Excellency Do Hong. We also have His Excellency, and I hope I say this, Gayon, Minister of, Ambassador Permanent Representative, I just upgraded you to Minister here, of the Mission of Colombia to the United Nations and International Organization in Geneva. And last but not the least, Monica Rubilio, who is the Head of Trade Promotion at the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, better known of Switzerland and better known as SICO for all of us. And we're very delighted to have them with us. We will have two rounds we will have 3 to 4 minute presentation by each of them to set the scene for this 7th BioTrade Congress. Without further ado, SG, please, you have the floor.
2 to 3 minutes? No, 3 to 5.
3 to 5, okay, you.
We agreed, yes, Vice Minister?
With the two of you. Besides, you're the boss.
Well, really, it's a pleasure to be here today. I want really to greet the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry from Indonesia. Thank you for being with us. The Ambassador of Colombia. Thank you, Ambassador. It's really an honor. The representative, the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. Thank you, Monica. David Cooper, I understand, is also will participate via video. That is the Executive Secretary of the CBD. And we will have with us a very high-level ambassadors. Here we will have, we have already with us the Ambassador of Brazil. We will have the Ambassador of Peru in the first panel. We will have the Ambassador of the Mission of Samoa. We will have representatives of South Africa, of Vietnam, of cities, of OECS, of civil society, also academicians that will be with us, ITC, ILO, private sector. This is really a multi-stakeholder dialogue, and it's so important for us to have all of you here with us. Let me then again welcome each one of you to the 7th BioTrade Congress. Thank you really for joining us. At the same time, allow me to congratulate the organizers for their vision and ambition in putting together this Congress. We acknowledge and express our deepest appreciation to the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs for their support and trust in UNCTAD's BioTrade initiative for almost 2 decades, as well as our partners at the national, regional, and international levels. Today, we stand at a critical crossroads. Biodiversity, the fabric of life on Earth, is declining at an alarming rate. 1 million plant and animal species are at risk of extinction. And this is an existential threat. The cost of inaction is staggering. According to PwC, 58% of the world's GDP, 58%, is dependent on nature. And according to a World Bank simulation, a collapse in our natural systems would, meaning forestry, the issue of pollination, fisheries, would cost us $2.7 trillion annually by 2030, hitting low-income countries especially hard. The gravity of this biodiversity crisis demands immediate action. And I come to you with one message, one simple message. Trade and trade policy can be a powerful tool for biodiversity conservation. It can be a powerful part of the solution. Not all the solution, but a powerful part of the solution. But this requires the right approach to understand where the crisis comes from and what is it that we can do in all sectors and also in trade. So biodiversity-based products represent 17% of global exports in 2021, with even higher stakes for low-income economies, where, exports of biodiversity products often surpass 40% of their exports for any given year for the past decade. So it has been a very powerful tool for many of the countries. This is a clear sign that economic gain and a healthy planet are interdependent. For decades, the BioTrade initiative has proven that sustainable trade can indeed flourish and in turn nourish the very biodiversity it relies on. The core of our initiative is BioTrade's principle and criteria, a set of guidelines to promote sustainability across the entire value chain, underpinned by core tenets such as conservation, sustainable use, fair and equitable sharing of benefits, community empowerment, let me emphasize, community empowerment, and legal compliance. This tool has supported over 80 countries through the years. We have also developed a statistical tool, TraBio, to measure biodiversity-related exports around the world. And alongside the ITC, we have built a BioTrade knowledge sharing and self-assessment tool. Now, we have done this with capacity building, with training, with support, with technology transfer, with the financial support. It doesn't come from the sky, yes? It's not only the principles, it's how you operationalize this support needed for this really to happen in a win-win strategy. Because if not, communities won't be able to raise to the challenge. And so we need to be there for this support, for this training, for the capacity building, for the financial support, and for the equity part of these programs. We have seen then what's possible when countries and companies align themselves with the BioTrade principles and criteria. Their trade in value jumped from $40 million to nearly $31 billion in 10 years. Take South Africa, where BioTrade initiatives efforts have created over 3,700 jobs, boosted local sales by 51%, and increased export sales by 178%. In Peru, for example, where the trade of native superfoods generates around $500 million annually. Or Indonesia, whose exports of biodiversity-based products grew by a third in a single year in 2021, representing more than 36% of the country's total exports and close to 10% of its GDP. And we will hear also the experiences of Colombia and Brazil. So, ladies and gentlemen, and I didn't put any example of Costa Rica because I didn't want to be biased. So, ladies and gentlemen, this Congress is a bridge between the world of trade and biodiversity. Here we can learn from each other and forge partnerships to commit to the ambitious goals of the biodiversity plan and the coming Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. However, Commitment without action is like a seed that is never planted. It will never take root and it will never flourish. We call upon all stakeholders, therefore, to let every decision made, every partnership formed, and every innovation sparked be a step towards this commitment. Let me reiterate my earlier point that sustainable trade can flourish and in turn nourish the biodiversity it relies on. It's not everything we have to do. We were talking precisely with the Vice Minister that climate change has an effect on biodiversity, and we have to deal with climate change. It's not only what we do in the ecosystems where we act. Yes? Let us trade, yes, but let us trade in a way that enriches our forest, revitalizes our oceans, and purifies our air. So let's biotrade, but with the right support for that to happen. Here's it, we hope that we will have a fruitful discussion and to forging a path that respects, restores, and revitalize our precious planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SG Greenspan. And indeed, the theme of this Congress is Global Governance for Trade and Biodiversity, so we can jointly coordinate and accelerate action from all stakeholders, including the trade community. This is essential to halt and reverse the challenges of biodiversity loss, pollution, and climate change, which, Vice Minister, you alluded as the triple environmental crisis earlier, right? So why don't we go straight to you and we hear from the Indonesia experience? Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Excellency, Ms. Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, His Excellency Mr. Gustavo Gallons, Ambassador and Permanent Representative, Permanent Mission of Colombia to the United Nations Office and other international organizations, Honorable Ms. Monica Rubiolo, State Secretary for Economic Affairs, SECO Switzerland, and Honorable Mr. David Cooper, Acting Executive Secretary of the Secretariat of the Convention on Biodiversity, Biological Diversity, OCBD, who are attending us virtually. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to convey my highest appreciation to ANTAC, the Secretariat and partners for their hard work in organizing this Congress. And the event is timely as a biodiversity loss shall be addressed immediately. We will have to face far-reaching and long-lasting consequences. Thus, we support the promotion of BioTrade. We believe that this effort will conserve biodiversity and generate livelihood and benefit sharing through the sustainable trade. Trade could be one of the solutions to the loss of biodiversity. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as Indonesia is host to a vast biodiversity nature with over 490,000 species in 19 ecosystems with 74 vegetation types, allow me to share our perspective on these issues. First of all, it is important to balance the use of nature and biodiversity and its conservation. As just mentioned by SG recently, that nature and biodiversity constituted 36% of Indonesia total export values in 2021, and it is about 10% of our GDP. Indonesia put the highest priority to ensure the sustainability of its mega biodiversity by effectively implementing 3 pillars of conservation, namely protection of the life support system, preservation of biodiversity, genetic resources and their ecosystem, and sustainable use of natural resources. This effort supported by law and strategies and action plan. We also adhere this sustainability principle while doing trade including our policy toward CITES and other biodiversity and trade-related policy. Just to inform you, currently we're finalizing our Indonesia national biodiversity strategy and action plan that is relevant, and we try to accommodate Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We believe this policy would support the achievement of the objective of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We also believe that all goals and targets are global in nature. The country's contribution to the GBF must be based on principle of CBDR, taking into account respective national circumstances, priorities, and capabilities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, secondly, Indonesia also hopes that in the future, the use of biodiversity will reflect sustainability, legality, and traceability, including at the national and regional levels. Thus, on the issue of access and benefit sharing, we emphasize the importance of strengthening the management of genetic resources that take into account risk and security in their development and uses. We also recognize the potential of using digital sequencing information, or DSI, to develop high-value products. Indonesia currently promoting the ministerial degree on access and benefit sharing and strengthening the biodiversity information system and the Indonesia Biodiversity Clearinghouse. At the genetic level, we are promoting the commercial use of genetic resources of bioprospecting, such as Taxus Sumatra for anti-cancer, and Bajaka. Bajaka is kind of liana that also used for anti-cancer, and Macroba for anti-frost, and Clidemia hirta for medicine, and so forth. With these experiences, Indonesia welcomes any cooperation to promote conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to end my opening remark in this time, I do hope this Congress, we can come up with concrete policy recommendation and action to accelerate the implementation of biodiversity plan. Biodiversity loss has become one of the world's biggest challenges, and it is our common responsibility to find a solution together. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Excellency. And indeed, I'd like to reiterate that many of you know that UNCTAD pioneered the work on trade and biodiversity 25 years ago. But not everybody knows that we actually pioneered the work with Colombia. So Colombia was our pioneer country. And now, 25 years ago, we were kind of testing the waters and trying, and there was this, all credit goes to my colleague Lorena over there, that they were testing the water. But now we have a global response that it's coalesced in the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the Sustainable Development Goal, which give us the governance, the global governance framework that we need to do this cooperation, Excellency, that you just mentioned, in this partnership that we need. And of course, you all know, because everybody in this room is a BioTrade lover, that this outcome, we hope, of this BioTrade Congress and these solutions we will be co-creating together over the next 2 days will influence the 16th meeting of the Conference of the Parties that will be held, of the CBD, of course, that will be hosted by Colombia. And hopefully, SG Greenspan subsequently, also UNCTAD's 16th Quadrennial Conference in 2025. So we see a sequence here of these things, co-creating and building it and putting it together. So with this introduction, Ambassador Gayon, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Catherine. Mrs. Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Excellencies, Ambassadors, colleagues, dear friends all. I would like to thank UNCTAD and especially Mrs. Greenspan for the invitation to the 7th BioTrade Congress, Global Governance for Trade and Biodiversity. This is a great opportunity for my government to underline the important role that UNCTAD has played over the years. Colombia has the honor of being recognized as one of the pioneering countries in the field of biotrade. Today, I would like to give a brief account of the different milestones that have taken place in Colombia on its way to promoting biotrade. The globally pioneering National Sustainable Biotrade Program was launched in Colombia in 1998. From 2001 to 2004, this program benefited 529 initiatives, including companies, associations, and foundations, among others, and over 15,850 people. In 2005, Fund Biocomercio was created by the Colombian Biotrade Program, managed by the Alexander von Humboldt Institute in December 2005. The fund provides financial services to companies committed to comply with biotrade principles and criteria. Financial support has been received initially from the Global Environment Facility through the World Bank and from the Royal Netherlands Embassy in Colombia. In our country, the BioTrade Program 2014-2024 was carried out, an initiative that brings together actions around green businesses as a sustainable and territorial productive model to produce goods and services related to the sustainable use of biodiversity with a focus on productivity, sustainable consumption, and access to markets. This program is expected to be updated by 2025, integrating COP16 criteria and trends concerning conservation, restoration, and sustainable use of biodiversity, among others. Green businesses have been materialized in biotrade activities in conjunction with international cooperation, European Union, UNDP, IDB, among others, achieving national recognition with the Green Business Seal. The National Plan for Green Business is an instrument of biotrade. The goal is to consolidate 12,630 green businesses in the country by 2030. As of 2023, there are 4,800 green businesses that bring together environmental, social, and economic impacts, green growth activities, and the biotrade principles. Biotrade is related with green growth developed in bioeconomy, forest economy, circular economy. Productive procedures in Colombia have been typified into entrepreneurships, integrators, onshore companies, and verified green business. These are three great categories of green businesses that encompass 23 productive activities. Green businesses have been generated in three biotrade productive chains, namely natural ingredients, food, beverages, cosmetics; tourism, the second one, nature, scientific, cultural; and thirdly, biomass. 60% of green businesses are consolidated in the natural ingredients chain, and another 30% in tourism. There are more than 31,000 people integrated to the green businesses procedures. 8,547 of them are victims of the armed conflict, 6,436 peasants, 4,909 indigenous people, 1,711 members of Afro-Colombian communities, among others. Colombia has come a long way. My country has received UNCTAD support, as well as important contributions from partner nations. We will only be able to successfully face the great challenges through international cooperation and by fostering spaces like this where we can share experiences and at the same time identify successful practices and policies and work together. It is an honor for Colombia as a mega diverse country to host the COP16 to be held in the city of Cali from October 21 to November 1st, 2024. Our goal is to bring the perspective of those people who live and thrive on biodiversity. We are currently working to foster an inclusive dialogue. The 16th edition of the COP must enact peace and justice, both between ethnicities and cultures, as well as with nature. The COP16 theme, Peace with Nature, reflects Colombia's commitment to integrating community knowledge into environmental negotiations. The slogan symbolizes a people-centric approach, emphasizing the importance of listening to those who safeguard biodiversity in their territories. As you can see, you can count on Colombia as a very committed country with BioTrade. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Gayon. And indeed, you can count on UNCTAD to support you. And indeed, I like the way you presented that it's through not just focusing on the negative impact of trade, but on the national green business plan that you have is to focus on the business opportunities that you can actually achieve peace and sustainable livelihood and create the business opportunities that we need for this. So thank you so much for this. And we look forward to continue working with you. I would like next to move to Ms. Monica Rubiolo, as I mentioned, Head of Trade Promotion at State Secretariat of Economic Affairs, SECO, and reiterate, of course, SG Greenspan, thank you for your steadfast support to this program on trade and biodiversity and BioTrade. So, Ms. Rubiolo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chantal. And first of all, thank you very much to Rebecca for the kind word. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure for me on behalf of the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs to be today part of the 7th BioTrade Congress on the overall theme of global governance on trade and biodiversity. Really 3 words that are extremely important and have been mentioned across the interventions of the participants to this panel, and that really need to be filled with a lot of meaning and action. So, as the previous readers said, a lot have happened in the biodiversity sphere since the last Congress took place in Geneva back in 2021, and many stakeholders have made stepping up their efforts and gaining experience in the implementation of innovative approaches to better protect biodiversity. And it's also true that one major progress has happened at the policy level. We now have a concrete guiding start, the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, featuring these 23 targets to be met by 2030 and providing the direction to steer the efforts for better safeguarding biodiversity and ecosystem services. But at the same time, it's very unfortunate that despite these promising facts, biodiversity continues to be decreasing at a high rate. And I think the numbers that Rebecca just mentioned in her intervention are terrifying if you look into these numbers. So it's very critical that we address together this triple planetary crisis where biodiversity loss is one of these crises. So at least from the perspective of the Swiss Economic Cooperation, it seems clear that we need to do more to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. We need to step up cooperation and at different levels, and we need to mobilize and include additional stakeholders in order to push the needle and reverse threatening trends that are eroding the very basis of our human existence. And I think it's really time to move from pilots, and it's very good that we started 20 years ago with good examples in Colombia and in many other countries I see in this room. But we need to move from pilots to scale, and this really requires a lot of effort on all parties involved. We believe that it is key to tap into the potential of sustainable trade as an element to address the multiple drivers of biodiversity loss. And we need to add economic value to biodiversity to provide the incentives for conservation and to foster more private sector engagement. The examples that the ambassador from Indonesia was mentioning, I think, are extremely useful, and we are also glad as Swiss Corporation to be part in this endeavor. It happens also that Switzerland has activities in the area, trying to address the economic development, but at the same time the respect of biodiversity. So, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, we are aware that trade is not the silver bullet, but we are convinced that sustainable trade is a crucial element in our joint response to this global challenge. BioTrade, meaning linking the sustainable use of biodiversity with trade, provides successful avenues for fighting biodiversity loss, and it can help to transform government policies and business practices to generate additional income, including in rural communities, and to create jobs. And I have the chance to visit some of the interventions we have in countries like Indonesia, Colombia, Peru, even in Brazil, where really the incentives can be devised in such a way that really for the communities that live out of this biodiversity can take part into the benefits of trade. The contribution of BioTrade to deliver tangible results is why the Swiss State Secretariat, SECO, has been partnering with UNCTAD through the Global BioTrade Facilitation Program. And this program has clearly shown, in our views, that the concept is not just theory and not just empty words. We see a growing number of successful real-world BioTrade examples across countries which contribute to the sustainable livelihoods of communities living within or near biodiversity-rich areas. And it's really thrilling when you go into these places and you see what the success can mean for small communities that really depend, where the livelihoods really depend on the maintenance of biodiversity. We are therefore grateful to UNCTAD for organizing this event and providing a good opportunity for policy dialogue and exchange of experiences on the broader topic of trade and biodiversity. And we are particularly pleased to see relevant partners in this room, ITC, and even those that are not today here with us. I have been discussing during the ministerial conference of the WTO in Abu Dhabi also issues related to biodiversity and biotrade, and I know that also the WTO is very much engaged in this journey. So we are eagerly looking forward to the alliances that the setup today and during this conference today and tomorrow might be able to forge. And indeed, new coalitions are needed, and the CBD meeting at Colombia at the end of the year will hopefully provide more opportunities to discuss the issues, and hopefully also for the dialogue that will take place during this Congress to make a contribution to further raise the level of ambition. We truly hope that by sharing experiences and lessons learned in the context of this 2 days Congress, we can inspire and convince further organizations, countries, and private sector actors to become involved in this joint effort. Only when we join forces at all levels can we carve biodiversity loss and seize the opportunities available to support ecosystems and the livelihoods of disadvantaged people. I thank you for your attention. We count on your support, and I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring Congress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Rubiolo. And our SG, unfortunately, will have to leave us, but I'll pass the floor to David. My colleague David will tell us what to do.
Thank you, Chantaline. After these presentations, it's great that we do not have great challenges and great programs, but also great leaders to bring us to Safe Harbor. So I will kindly ask the distinguished excellencies, the speakers, to stand up. We will have a nice picture for the press so the world knows about this new, renewed partnership for sustainable development. Stand up. Nelly. The new Biodiversity Coalition. Say biodiversity. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Secretary Yanel is leaving for other commitments. Okay. Don't leave. We will say goodbye to the Secretary General, and we will have a video by David Cooper, Executive Director from the Convention on Biological Diversity. Give us a few seconds, please.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, esteemed colleagues. On behalf of the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, I'd like to express my gratitude to UNCTAD for convening this 7th BioTrade Congress with the theme Global Governance for Trade and Biodiversity, and for the kind invitation to join you today, albeit remotely. Governance of trade is crucial for the successful achievement of the goals and targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, also known as the Biodiversity Plan. The 4 goals of the Biodiversity Plan aim to protect and restore nature, to prosper with nature, to share benefits fairly, and to invest and collaborate for nature. These goals are supported by 23 action-oriented targets with the mission to halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity by 2030. A number of targets address the direct and indirect drivers of biodiversity loss, many of which are closely linked to trade. Trade helps to determine patterns of production and consumption, which in turn affects land and sea use change and the harvesting of wild biological resources. Trade can facilitate the movement of invasive alien species. Trade also offers opportunities for a sustainable bioeconomy, creating employment opportunities and incentives for conservation and sustainable use, and potentially offering efficiencies in production. Governance of trade must therefore be integrated into the whole of government, whole of society approach needed to implement the Biodiversity Plan. Implementation must also follow a human rights-based approach, including the protection of the rights of Indigenous peoples. As we prepare for the Convention's COP16 in Cali, Colombia, governments are updating their national biodiversity strategies and action plans, translating the global targets of the Biodiversity Plan into national targets, and developing the policies and actions to achieve them. Tools and solutions that can support governments in their efforts to implement the plan are critical to its success. UNCTAD's BioTrade initiative has developed a number of such tools. These include the BioTrade principles and criteria, which are aligned with many elements of the Biodiversity Plan, and the self-assessment tool that companies, cooperatives, and other producers and projects can use to benchmark their sustainability practices against the principles and criteria. UNCTAD also provides useful information on trade flows of biodiversity-based products. In closing, in this 60th anniversary year, I would like to acknowledge UNCTAD's steadfast commitment to fostering sustainable trade, particularly among developing countries, and in supporting the objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Collaboration will be the key to halting and reversing biodiversity loss to achieve our vision of living in harmony with nature. Let us continue to work together. We can all be part of the plan. I wish you a very productive meeting.
Indeed, thank you so much, David Cooper. David is an old friend of mine. The building you saw behind him is where I used to work when I worked for the NAFTA. So we knew each other for a long time. And as he said, it's a long-standing partnership between UNCTAD and the CBD, and even more so now that we have the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, because many of the targets, as he said, are advanced by BioTrade. So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends, in closing this inaugurating panel of the 7th BioTrade Congress, I express my sincere appreciation to our Secretary General, Rebecca Greenspan, our distinguished speakers, SECO, esteemed partners, speakers that will be participating in the participant, those online in the room, and BioTrade practitioners from around the globe. Your expertise, insights, and work that is moving BioTrade and trade and biodiversity from a mere concept to, as Monica mentioned, on-the-ground impact, and realized inspiration for community worldwide and sustainable livelihood that was mentioned by Ambassador Gayan and Vice Minister Dohong. Together, we are stronger, united in our commitment to realizing the transformative potential of BioTrade and trade and biodiversity to foster that trade and biodiversity nexus. So with this, Mr. Master of Ceremony, over to you.
Thank you very much. We're now going to start the second panel, Mainstreaming Biodiversity into the World Trade Organization. We'd like to invite to the podium Ambassador Valencia, Ambassador Patriota. 1 second. Ambassador Nela Pepe Tavita Levy from Samoa and Ludovinta Miotti from the WTO Secretariat, please. If you could come all to the podium, please. Please take a seat. We're waiting for Ambassador Samoa, who's making his way.
Sorry, you're stuck with me again. Excellencies, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, and I should say again, dear friends. Good morning and welcome to this plenary panel session on mainstreaming biodiversity into WTO processes, co-organized with our dear friends and partners at the WTO Secretariat. It is my privilege to serve as your moderator, where we will start delving into these intersection of trade and biodiversity. So I mentioned in the opening panel, exploring pathways towards sustainable development and the preservation of our planet with natural resources, more specifically, its biodiversity. As we gather here today, we recognize the intricate connection between trade policies and biodiversity conservation, and that was made clear in the opening panel. On sustainable trade practices, as illegal wildlife trafficking and the exploitation of natural resources pose threat to biodiversity and undermine the resilience of ecosystem and communities worldwide, as David mentioned. At the same time, trade and trade policies have a crucial role to play as a tool for transformative change and yield significant potential as instrument for preservation of biodiversities and ecosystems. Sustainable trade practices, when implemented effectively, that is under good governance, as under the framework that we have right now, can incentivize conservation effort and promote the sustainable use of natural resources. By incorporating biodiversity consideration into trade agreement and regulations, government can establish framework that encourage responsible sourcing, reduce the demand for endangered species and products, derive from unsustainable practices, and combat illegal wildlife trafficking. Moreover, trade policies can foster the adoption of environmentally friendly technologies and practices, facilitating the transition toward more sustainable production and consumption patterns. Trade can also provide economic opportunities for local communities, that was also mentioned earlier, engage in biodiversity conservation and sustainable use efforts, thereby enhancing their livelihood and strengthening incentive for conservation, especially for women and indigenous communities whose life and livelihood tend to be more intricately linked to biodiversity. The coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, or the Biodiversity Plan, underscores the urgency of systematically and meaningfully integrating biodiversity consideration into our trade policies and practices. It presents us with a unique opportunity to reevaluate our approach to international cooperation, or perhaps I should quote here Monica, to scale up our cooperation and our work to harmonize trade and biodiversity objectives for the betterment of our planet and current and future generation. Since 2009, WTO members have notified more than 1,800 trade measures aimed at protecting biodiversities and ecosystem, signaling a growing awareness of the need for concerted efforts. Discussion on the trade and biodiversity interface are underway across various WTO committees, including those focusing on trade and environment, trade technical barriers to trade, sanitary, phytosanitary measures. Additionally, member-led initiatives such as the Trade and Environment Sustainability Structured Discussion and the WTO Dialogue on Plastic Pollution provide platform to which UNCTAD gladly contributes for exploring synergies between trade, biodiversity, and sustainable development. Against this backdrop, today's panel aims to squarely address how biodiversity considerations can be mainstreamed into WTO processes and how UNCTAD and our partners in the biotrade field can support them. Our discussion will focus on developing coherent trade and biodiversity policy framework that address the complex challenges of this tension between sustainability and conservation. We will do so with our 4 wonderful panelists that will share their insight answering 2 rounds of questions. I would kindly ask you to keep to your 3 minutes so that we can have more dynamic and engaging conversation and get to the question at the end. The first round will highlight progress and remaining challenges in the WTO processes. The second will focus on key opportunities that are emerging. And I would like to ensure we keep this time at the end for the exchange. So before starting, let us take a second to remind ourselves of the profound impact of our decision today will have on the future of our planet, and the principle that can chart a course toward a more harmonious relationship between trade and biodiversity, such as sustainability, inclusivity, agency, and cooperation. This can help pave the way for a brighter, more resilient future for all. So let me introduce our distinguished panelists here. His Excellency, Mr. José Valencia, Ambassador, the Permanent Representative, Permanent Mission of Ecuador to WTO and other international organizations in Geneva, Ambassador. His Excellency, Mr. Guillermo de Aguar Patriota, Ambassador and Permanent Representative, Permanent Mission to Brazil to WTO and other economic organizations. And we go a long time since Rio +20. Her Excellency, Ms. Nella Pepe Tavita Levy, Permanent Representative and Ambassador, Permanent Mission of Samoa to the United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva. And last but not the least, Madame Ludovine Tamiotti, Head of Environmental Section and our partner at WTO. So without further ado, let me ask His Excellency, Mr. Valencia, can you please provide us with an overview of the WTO discussion that are of relevance to biodiversity, and especially the opportunities for and synergies with implementing the biodiversity plan at the WTO, including at the Committee on Trade and Environment? And according to you, what are the most promising avenues to build from?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation and also for having the opportunity to share this panel with distinguished colleagues and friends. It's of course, it's a great opportunity also to reflect on a matter that is crucial for the current global agenda, which is certainly biodiversity and biodiversity laws, by the way. a quick disclaimer, so to say. I happen to be the chair, of course, of the World Trade Organization's Committee on Trade and Environment, but my presentation does not represent the position of the committee, but my own opinions, certainly. Going into the subject, although the WTO does not have a specific platform dedicated to biodiversity, I observed that that there is some sort of agreement that trade policies intersect with the environmental issues at various points, and that trade interact with multilateral environmental agenda. I think that's the feeling and the commitment of all members of the WTO. Certainly, that environmental agenda encompasses biodiversity. After all, one of the components of the triple environmental crisis is, of course, biodiversity loss. With this general introduction, let me highlight some of the main agreements and processes within the WTO that and its bodies where members actively address trade and environmental matters, which in turn are related to biodiversity loss, as I already said. This list outlines various fields. However, due to time constraints, I won't be able to discuss in detail the current state of negotiations or assess the effectiveness of certain measures I will mention. First, the World Trade Organization is negotiating to eliminate harmful fisheries subsidies. A first agreement was adopted in 2022, and a second part is currently under negotiation. Marine biodiversity loss is particular concern that arises from the negative impact of overfishing and overcapacity activities that are usually supported by subsidies. Second, under the TRIPS agreement, WTO is able to assist in the balance between fostering innovation and protecting plant and animal varieties, which are crucial for preserving biodiversity, of course. Third, the agreement on agriculture supports agricultural practices that preserve biodiversity through its green box measures. However, in general, trade discussions on agriculture have been stalled for years and urgently need revitalization. That's a very familiar issue with my colleague, Ambassador Patriota. For the General Agreement on Trade and Services, GATS, has the potential to promote services for international trade perspective, such as ecotourism, one of those services that may contribute to biodiversity preservation. Fifth, as you mentioned, the sanitary and phytosanitary and technical barriers to trade agreements include provisions that address environmental and biodiversity issues, allowing countries to implement measures to protect plant and animal life and health in accordance with WTO rules. Sixth, continuing my list, the Committee on Trade and Environment acts as a platform for dialogue, exploring ways trade can promote environmental goals, among them on biodiversity, as I will elaborate later on with an example of what we are doing currently at the CTE. 7, the World Trade Organization Secretariat, Ludivine is here, maintains a database on environmental notification and has produced reports on measures related to trade and biodiversity, providing insights into how trade policies intersect with biodiversity concerns. 8, plurilateral initiatives such as the Dialogue on Plastic Pollution and the Coalition on Trade Ministers on Climate have linked trade discussions to broader environmental challenges, including biodiversity loss. New initiatives, including, for example, thematic sessions on the bioeconomy, biotrade, and the blue economy, could help to integrate biodiversity considerations more explicitly into trade discussions. Now comes the reference to CTE, next formal meeting, and we are preparing with Ludivine, by the way. We will have full briefings by observers revolving around biodiversity. The first one on the Convention on Biodiversity, on the ongoing preparations for the 2024 United Nations Biodiversity Conference in Cali, Colombia. Second, a briefing by UNCTAD about this Congress, by the way. Third, UNEP will address on the 2023 regional consultations on a nature positive trade for sustainable supply chains on agriculture And finally, UNEP will be also presenting the series of nature positive trade webinars that are co-organized with several organizations, one of them UNCTAD and the World Trade Organization was certainly. As I believe is some sort of a final point in my presentation, that a more systematic approach, though, is necessary to effectively integrate biodiversity within the WTO framework. This includes explicitly incorporating biodiversity into our agendas and considering initiatives focused on how trade can support biodiversity preservation in alignment with global objectives, like those outlined in the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We have to strengthen our commitment to support concrete actions from the trade field that address the hard challenges posed by biodiversity loss. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you so much, Excellency, for this nice going through and very efficiently of all the great work that you do. And indeed, the call for more, again, I think there's something clear coming out here, more systemic, more collaboration, more scale for these events, for this to happen. Ambassador Patriota, Brazil is a mega biodiversity country. We all know. From your perspective, how can WTO and other processes be supportive of achieving the biodiversity goals, but also related to the SDGs, which you were instrumental in achieving?
Thank you very much, Chantaline, and I'd like to thank the WTO and UNCTAD for this joint session. 7th BioTrade Congress, I think it's a very timely and appropriate initiative. I think the notion of biotrade is growing and taking a greater role, I think, in many institutions, including at the WTO, the World Trade Organization, as my colleague, Ambassador Jose Valencia, has just indicated by outlining the several initiatives and mandates we have that are connected with the environmental agenda. So I'm very happy to be here in this very honorable panel, my colleagues, Nelly as well, and Madam Damiotti from the WTO Secretariat. This topic is of particular interest to Brazil. As you know, we are custodians of 20% of the world's genetic heritage, which are held in several different very large biomes in Brazil, the Amazon forest, but also the Pantanal, the other types of vegetations like the Cerrado, a savanna type vegetation, which is even more biodiverse than the Amazonian rainforest itself, a fact that not many are aware of. And also the Atlantic forest, Mata Atlântica, along the coastline of Brazil, also extremely important ecosystem, and many others. So water, vegetation, animals, insects, so on and so forth. We hold the world's a reasonable portion of the world's diversity in Brazil. So we are very conscious of the need to protect and to utilize these resources in a sustainable manner. But talking about WTO, what it can do to support, in particular, the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Global Framework. So I had a good look at that. I think, first of all, and the answer is not, perhaps it's a bit surprising, but I think agricultural reform and liberalization at the WTO is an important step. And this speaks to Target 18 of the Kunming framework, because there's a recognition that the massive amounts of subsidization that goes into agriculture, farming, in particular in countries with more fiscal space to subsidize, Europe, US, China also today, and many others, has a very negative effect on biodiversity. It doesn't necessarily help in making food production systems more sustainable. So I think it's something we have to deal with. That's a pending issue historically of the WTO. Agriculture has not been liberalized to the same level as goods in general, as non-agricultural market for goods have, and services as well. So we have to deal with that. That's a pending issue. We can do it in a sustainability conscious manner. We can do it in a fair manner. We can do it dealing with all aspects of agriculture and food systems, including PSH, which is also another pending issue of importance to many members of the South, which are public stock holdings for food security, special safeguards measures for developing countries. We could deal with all these aspects, domestic support, market access, et cetera. But we think that's a big item. Then we have the issue of standards, which are dealt with at the WTO. So I think we need to have a look at standards that would be relevant for trade in biodiversity products. So these standards, technical barriers to trades, sanitary and phytosanitary standards, they need to take into account the specificities of such trade. We held a panel at the Public Forum on Amazonian entrepreneurship, dealing exploitation, sustainable exploitation and trade based on Amazonian forest products. And often both the classification systems and the standards that apply are not suitable to these products because they're unknown products. They have different characteristics. Often they're not massively produced. They're collected by hands. They are produced by local, indigenous, or traditional communities. So they require, I think, a special focus. I think we have to end deforestation. That's extremely important. I'm very proud and happy to say that the current government of Brazil, in its first year, has reduced by half the level of deforestation compared to the previous year under the previous government. So where there's a will, there's a way, and I think political attention and priority to this issue goes a long way towards making a difference. I think we should avoid neo-protectionism, which are purported to be based on environmentally related objectives or concerns, but in the end, they are heavily trade distorting. So there's a new rush now towards all sorts of industrial subsidization programs, policies. Some of them are purported to be based on green transition goals or climate change mitigation, so on and so forth. There's also regulatory measures that have been adopted that can prove to be highly protectionist in nature and affect very negatively production in developing countries, in particular of biodiversity-related products or simply products that are produced in agriculture in these countries. So we need to contain this drive to better discuss this. I'm talking about IRA in the United States. I'm talking about CBAN, the European Union Deforestation Regulation, which may put out of business many small coffee producers in Central America, so on and so forth. I think they're quite unfair. Their compliance with trade rules are very questionable. And I think we also need to bring back to the WTO to full functionality the dispute settlement mechanism of the organization. Otherwise, small affected countries will have no recourse against such new protectionist policies. I think we have the issue of fossil fuel subsidization. We have to end fossil fuel subsidization. This is not adequately dealt with still in the WTO. We are discussing it, for example, in the Fisheries II agreement, and there's a resistance and reluctance from big fossil fuel exporters and consumer countries to simply accept a provision that would prohibit non-specific fossil fuel subsidies in that agreement. We have to change that. We should also promote biofuels as a tradable commodity and preferable to higher emitting non-renewable fossil fuels. So, for example, we are exporters of sugarcane-based alcohol ethanol fuel for automobiles. We believe that that's a renewable energy source and preferable to fossil fuels. So there should be some sort of preferential treatment or favorable treatment in the trade system for those types of renewable energy sources. I think we have to deal with the GMOs again, the new gene editing techniques, and establish the adequate biosafety and standards for those that are science-based. I think there's a big issue here that is very directly related to our discussion, which is the TRIPS CBD discussion. We have a longstanding issue here trying to move forward a mandatory disclosure of origin requirement under the TRIPS agreement for patented inventions that make use of genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. So that's a very important step. We may be making some progress under WIPO, but that's a different organization altogether. And I also think just a couple of comments. The WTO, some believe that it should be an interest-based negotiating environment. So countries should negotiate on the basis exclusively of their trade interests, which I think it's one way to look at it. But on the other hand, there is also the need to take into account other concepts coming from other bodies, such as the UNCCC, like common but differentiated responsibilities, national circumstances, and respective capabilities. So the Kunming-Montreal framework clearly is based on those particular concepts, and therefore WTO needs to adjust. So it can't just be interest-based. I think it should also take into account the common but differentiated responsibilities in all negotiations and the respective capabilities, capacities of countries, in particular developing countries, LDCs, small and vulnerable economies. Also, the Kunming-Montreal framework is a rights-based sort of platform. So there's a lot of emphasis, for example, on respecting to the full the rights of indigenous and traditional communities, the rights to the natural resources and to the traditional knowledge that they have accumulated over several generations. So this also needs to be a factor in the WTO. And finally, the mutual supportiveness, I think that's ingrained in several WTO provisions. We have to make it efficient and effective. So mutual supportiveness is a bit of a dilemma. Nobody knows exactly what it means, but I think it means the WTO being more sensitive to those other factors that have come forward to the attention of the world community from these other multilateral environmental agreements. They're very important. They're not less important than trade agreements. So I think we have to find a way to make them mutually supportive. And I think I spoke for too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Patriota. You spoke long, but you have a nice list to work from in terms of the way forward. Moving right along, similarly, Excellency, Ms. Nella Pepe Davita Levy, from your country's perspective, how can the WTO processes and committee be more supportive to achieve the biodiversity planning goals, especially from a SIDS perspective? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Talo Falava, and good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and our esteemed panelists here, colleague ambassadors. I thank you for the opportunity for Samoa to share some thoughts on trade and biodiversity. Like many Pacific states and small island developing states, Samoa places significant importance on biodiversity because of our reliance on natural resources for sustenance, cultural practices, and economic development. One of the 5 national strategic priorities of the government of Samoa, as reflected in the Pathway for Development 2021 and 2026, is the environment and climate change. Yet another of the national priorities is to have a diversified and sustainable economy. The challenge, therefore, then, is to balance the implementation for economic development and environmental sustainability. In fact, we recognize that Samoa's environment has been adversely affected by population growth and the inconsistent oversight of economic development. Non-compliance with existing safeguards and poor waste management have left us facing significant challenges today. At the same time, like small island developing states, Samoa faces a unique set of vulnerabilities that create challenges to our pursuit of a sustainable economy, such as our structural challenges, our size, geographical remoteness, and exposure to climate risks and natural disasters. All these affect economic potentials and opportunities. As such, the government is committed to nurturing the right kind of economic mix, including recovery from external shocks, including from the recent pandemic. My colleagues have so adequately outlined the WTO work streams that deal with environmental issues, and we will further hear from that. But I won't repeat that, but thought we could look at, from the perspective of SIDS, the environmental priorities, and perhaps ask ourselves how the WTO processes could support these priorities, as are also reflected in the biodiversity plans, the biodiversity plan goals and the SDGs. The conservation and sustainable utilization of our ocean, land resources, and biodiversity are paramount for Samoa's resilience against environmental degradation, natural disasters, and the impacts of climate change. We prioritize the protection of our marine and coastal ecosystems, including coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass beds, as crucial for sustaining fish stocks, supporting coastal communities, and preserving biodiversity. Samoa is home to numerous plants and animal species found nowhere else in the world. Preserving these endemic species is a priority to maintain the unique biodiversity of the islands and ensure the resilience of local ecosystems. Sustainable management practices, including reforestation, as we've also heard from our ambassador colleagues, agroforestry, and conservation measures are essential to safeguarding Samoa's forest resources, which provide important ecological functions such as watershed protection, carbon sequestration, and habitat for wildlife. The protection of traditional ecological knowledge and customary practices is important, which have sustained biodiversity for generations. It's important that we recognize and integrate traditional wisdom into biodiversity conservation to ensure culturally appropriate and effective management strategies. Then there are our critical climate change adaptation and resilience efforts, given Samoa's vulnerability to climate change impacts, such as sea level rise, extreme weather events, and ocean acidification. Building resilience in ecosystems and communities is therefore a priority. This includes implementing adaptation measures such as coastal protection, coral reef restoration, and sustainable land use planning. Enhancing capacity for biodiversity conservation through education, training, and institutional strengthening are key basic elements to take action. And this is also in the biodiversity plan. This involves building the technical expertise and institutional frameworks necessary to implement effective conservation policies and programs. Trade can contribute to the environmental agenda. Global trade rules should recognize the negative impacts of global commercial decisions on small island economies. International collaboration should support the environment and economic aspirations of small states, including to prevent and reduce pollution, including plastics, oil spills, and waste discharge, active conservation of our natural environment, increase renewable energy use, and measures to boost the capacity of households, community, and businesses. All this to help maintain cleaner land, water, air, and oceans. WTO rules should help in strengthening of policies and enforcement measures to protect against environmental harm, including the unsustainable exploitation of the environment for commercial and personal use. I'll stop there for now. Thank you, Madam Facilitator.
Thank you so much for this. Indeed, that's a lot of food for thought. And this whole idea of the tension between biodiversity conservation and diversification and economic development and livelihood is exactly at the heart of what we're trying to do with BioTrade and trade and biodiversity. And I think it comes out strongly on each speech. I would like now, before we go to some forward-looking solution, I want to give the floor to our dear partner, Ludivine Tamiotti, Head of Environmental Section at Trade Environment Division at WTO. We've heard our three delegates here. Could you please provide us with an overview of the measure related to biodiversity notified to WTO and anything that stands out as perhaps ripe for addressing in the point of view from the Secretariat? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation, also to colleagues who have from WTO who have helped organizing this event, particularly Svetlana, who I think have played quite an important role in the organization of this particular session. I would, I mean, very difficult to speak last because on this topic, all of the previous distinguished speakers did mention the whole range of related issues, trade and biodiversity related issues. But I think maybe let me take it from this angle. I mean, all of you have outlined already very eloquently how diverse the spectrum is in terms of measures for biodiversity in the context of WTO. It shows that trade has a role everywhere in its different components. The different trade rules we have a role to play in addressing biodiversity one way or the other. And this is really much what is also shown by our environmental database that Ambassador Valencia already mentioned. We have this tool where we report all of the notifications of trade measures that countries are taking. And it's a very useful tool because this is one way to see what kind of measures countries are taking for an environmental purposes. So we identify particularly the ones which relate to biodiversity. And as you, I think it may have been said already, but we have counted that since 2009, more than 1,800 measures, trade measures, are related to biodiversity. The big chunk of these measures relate to animal protection and plant protection. About 50% of all the biodiversity-related measures in the EDB relate to these two objectives. Another 30% of these measures also relate to the more general category of natural resources conservation. So this is really a big part of the trade and environment measures that countries are taking and notifying to the WTO. And this reality is also reflected, in fact, in the work of the Committee on Trade and Environment, where you see biodiversity across several parts of the agenda. It has been mentioned by Ambassador Patriota before, the link between CBD and TRIPS. It's a long-standing issue in the work of the Committee on Trade and Environment. Before Doha already, there were discussions on this, and it went further with an additional focus in 2001 after Doha. So there's still negotiations and discussions on this issue where you have a hook there in the Committee on Trade and Environment. There are other parts of the work of the environment work of the CT, which is very relevant and concerns the relationship between multilateral environmental agreements and the WTO through two particular agreements. We heard this morning from CBD, but so CBD is one of the agreements with which we are working quite closely, and we have often reports from their work, and vice versa. We interact a lot with them. But also, very importantly, CITES. I'm not sure it has been mentioned yet, but it's an MEA with which we have a very long history of work from the beginning of the CTE. It's a very close relationship because CITES is a trade agreement, if you so want, and there are lots of connections between their work and our work. And we have been doing a lot of knowledge product with CITES in order to improve the relationships between the two agreements. And this is it's an agreement where there are also we find also some notifications of trade measures to the WTO, which actually are done in order to be compliant with the CITES agreement. So it's a very close link that we find here. The CT is also the forum for members to discuss any trade and environment measures that are being taken. One of them, it has been mentioned already, but the EU Green Deal and the proposed regulation on deforestation-free product, for instance, is part of discussions in the Committee on Trade and Environment. The CT offers this forum for discussing trade concerns, if you so want, as long as they relate to the environment. So maybe to not be too long at this stage, but just to finish with one point, Ambassador Valencia said very rightly, in my view, the fact that we need a more systemic approach for discussion biodiversity. And I think this is the key of the matter here, in the sense that the CT provides the forum for discussing
Thank you so much. Can I call you Ludivine? It's okay. As colleagues, thank you so much. We're a little bit late on our schedule. So what I would like to do, if it's okay with you, Excellencies, is we have one question online, and then I would like to ask you to address this question at the same time as you address this next question. So the question online is from the Asian Center for Biodiversity. How may the new work program on bioeconomy mentioned by the good ambassador, I believe that was you, Ambassador Pelegota, but I believe you mentioned something also. So how can they advance sustainable trade practices that favor the interests of developing country, like, for example, contribute to long-standing impasse on trade and biodiversity concern in WTO? In relation to this, would the mainstreaming of biotrade principle and criteria in the WTO work on bioeconomy help? Is resolving this impasse, and how, if not in the short term, and why not? That's a long one, but try to stay concise because we actually have only 10 minutes left. But Anne, I would also like to, in the second intervention, to address the, we all now have the three statement from the three processes on environment at WTO at the 13th Ministerial Conference. Looking forward, what initiatives and processes could help maintain biodiversity-related discussion and advance cooperation through WTO processes, but also what is this biotrade community that we've gathered here with WTO can do to support those processes? So maybe we go with the reversed order this time. We start with you, Excellency Tavita Levy. A 2-3 minutes answer, please.
Well, thank you very much. I don't have a prepared response, but by looking at the question, how can we further mainstream biodiversity and enhance our understanding at the WTO? WTO is a consensus decision-making body, and everything that is negotiated there requires political will. So unless governments recognize and agree that trade can contribute to addressing the biodiversity challenges faced by countries, especially small island developing states, then the rules of the WTO will not be able to address those concerns. We continue dialoguing as we have, and we're very pleased that we're able to have that conversation at the WTO. From coming out of MC13 and the fishery subsidies agreement negotiations that have taken place for 20 plus years, it is really important to consider. We talk about the 3 pillars of sustainability, economic, and environment, but and that we should consider all equally. I think in this instance, we have to recognize that if we don't take care of the environment, there will be nothing more. The economic returns will not be at the same level. So for now, it really comes down to the political will of WTO members. We continue to engage in dialogue, but we really need to get it into the WTO rulemaking. So we also put hope in the work of the WTO reform, in that part of that reform will look at how we can truly and sincerely integrate environmental concerns in the global trade rules that we develop at the WTO. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. May I now move to Ambassador Patriota, please, to give us your 2-3-minute answer to a very long question.
It's very hard to give 2-3-minute answers to long questions. But just a comment, I think bioeconomy is a very important emerging field, and the Brazilian government is working on that just right now. We have actually established a G20 bioeconomy initiative under Brazil's presidency of the G20, under President Lula's leadership. And we are going to have a first meeting on that subject on the current month of March. We had it. So it's an evolving concept. I think it's work in progress. We're very interested in developing it further, but I think we're still in the sort of embryonic stage as to what exactly it means. But I think it provides a platform precisely to discuss biodiversity in a more holistic manner with the different dimensions of it, sort of articulated together: the trade, the environmental, the issue of local communities, family farming, so on and so forth, all that. I think I mentioned standards at one point. I think it was clear, but I think standards also tend to promote and favor homogeneity of products and massification of all sorts of agricultural and also animal husbandry practices. I think maybe we should have a second look at that and see whether the standards are not leading us away from biodiversity or assisting in promoting further biodiversity loss. I think trade needs to sort of enhance the value of products that are that tend to preserve the original pool of genetic resources of plants and animals, and not necessarily favor an impoverishment from the perspective of the genetic resources of plants and animals. So this requires perhaps a bit of reverse thinking and reversing the way in which the World Trade Organization and the trade system has worked in the last decades. So there's an important challenge for everyone. We have 3 issues, or 4 actually, in MC13 that did not make it into the outcome document, but I think they continue to be discussed. It's this issue of industrial policy, and here we understand developed countries' migration towards greener forms of industrial production or mitigation of climate change. We have the issue proposed by Brazil of sustainable agriculture, so it would be a forward-looking discussion. How can agriculture be more sustainable and also provide for food security of humans in general, everywhere? We have the issue of policy space for developing countries to be able to further develop. They need more flexibilities from the system. The system has been harsh on developing countries. They don't have fiscal space. They don't have the technologies and the capacity, so they need more room for maneuvering. Of course, if you don't have any revenue from trade, it's very difficult to have any revenue to perform the nature conservancy actions that you need to do. So the development is kind of related to nature conservation. And finally, unfortunately, also didn't make it in the outcome document, the trade and environment paragraph, which we had an excellent one proposed here by the chair of the CTE, Ambassador Valencia, which Brazil very staunchly supported. But for reasons to do with all these different interlinkages between positions in member states, and the world is becoming more complex. It didn't make it right now, but it will make it soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Patriota. And I see we have one question in the back of the room. I believe this is European Union. And there's another one there. Lorena, can I? Yeah? Okay, so it would have to be, yeah, is that European Union? I can't see from here. Palestine, thank you so much. Palestine, and there was a gentleman in front. So, but first we'll hear from Ambassador Valencia. Quick remark, and then we'll go to the two quick questions. No comment, just question. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. I try to both respond to the question that was presented online as well as the question two, what kind of biodiversity-related actions could take place at the WTO to mainstream biodiversity. Well, first, I believe we have some sort of two strategies to follow. The first one certainly is to apply in current available tools that we have at disposal. I've presented a very preliminary quick list of what we can do about it. Ambassador Patriota also mentioned something. Ambassador Tabita also said something about it. But in fact, we have to be able to imagine how can we take advantage of what is already in place and try to articulate it in a way of, as I said in my first presentation, mainstreaming, making biodiversity more central in the agenda, the WTO agenda. And a second strategy perhaps is the search for new mechanisms, for new opportunities, ways of having biodiversity and biodiversity laws discussed at the WTO. It goes, for example, along with Brazil's initiative of this proposal that Ambassador Patriota mentioned, that opens, as I say, new ways to consider this issue, and not just consider it, but also at some point to do something about it, to arrive and to agree on concrete actions and that. And that certainly demands political will, what Ambassador Tabita said already, and that's like that in a member-driven organization as the WTO. Anything can happen only if there is political will present. And a political will is not just a declaration, it's not just a slogan. It manifests in concrete actions and decisions, And going back to the MC13, and I feel particularly frustrated for the lack of decision, and just mentioned to that paragraph, Well, that's the way the political will is manifested. Adopting a clear mandate, which is basically supporting the work of the WTO in this matter. I mean, I'm not blaming anyone, but the whole process that took place, perhaps we know some dynamics inside the WTO that provoked that outcome, but we have to see always into the future and to see how we can remedy and make our actions in the future that are more open to avoid those situations, those mistakes, or those loss of an opportunity, if you want, a window of opportunity. I have a more specific answer to what to do in the future. I will just jump to perhaps 5 strategies. I still have time for that, yeah?
Please do, and maybe you summarize them, and we'll put them online with the detail if you want. Yeah.
All right. Great. Sorry. Perhaps we can have highlight a few strategies that we may follow in order to implement what we have in place and we may do additionally. First, the sustainable trade practices. It goes straight, very well connected to bioeconomy. BioTrade preserves biodiversity, and certainly the WTO should encourage sustainable practices to prevent overexploitation and support conservation. Second, trade measures on environmental protection. The WTO framework permits already environmentally protected trade measures aiming for sustainable development and biodiversity conservation while maintaining trade flow. And in this point, of course, it's very, 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 timely to recall the need that we have to avoid the misuse of those tools, with different purposes. We have to be very clear on that, and we have to be alert because it absolutely gives a different use of what is already, necessary I mean, the different purpose of what is necessary in order to reach commendable goals and to turn it in a different ones. Fourth, economic drives for the biodiversity laws. Others in this drive involves aligning trade policies with conservation goals to protect biodiversity. It comes the connection with the coming Montreal plan. And finally, certainly the BioTrade principles and criteria. I really commend the UNCTAD leadership on this and the very interesting work that you are done with the WTO in order to provide sustainable business practices in biodiversity-derived goods and services guiding environmental friendly commerce. I'll stop here. Sorry for rushing, but I wanted just to include all these points here to further discussion.
Thank you, Ambassador. We will make sure to put that online, so the further elaborated version. Ludovine, did you want to come in, or we go straight to the question and then you include?
Why don't you go to the questions? I feel like you're rushing.
We might need to come back to you.
I have a few points, but I can come back after.
Sounds good. So why don't we go to the distinguished delegate from Palestine?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and a very good morning to everyone, Excellencies and dear colleagues here in the room. And thanks to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development Secretariat for convening these important discussions on integrating actions related to conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity into our works on trade and development. The State of Palestine mission would like to thank the panel coming from outside the UN system representing the WTO for the very interesting presentations and valuable national experiences presented like what His Excellency Ambassador of Brazil and His Excellency Ambassador of Ecuador mentioned and Ambassador of Samoa. This can help us to learn more about WTO discussions on biotrade. Again, this is a good opportunity for my country, State of Palestine, to hear what WTO, especially CTE, we are happy to see have faces on names because works at WTO. Many of you here in the room maybe knew that not all countries and members of the UN system, like Palestine, full member of UNCTAD, cannot enter the building of WTO. So we cannot see what is going on inside this building, unfortunately. So my request to CTE WTO is, can you enlarge your audience and includes UNCTAD's member states to your discussions at WTO. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Ludovine, you were right. The gentleman, quickly, please. Yeah, thank you.
Professor at the University of Sao Paulo. I want to congratulate the organizer and the speakers. Thank you, moderator. The two questions that have to do directly with the issue of biotrade has to do with sharing benefits and combating crime and illicit markets. Those are two factors that are inhibiting biotrade. So my question is, regarding trade rules, what can be done, first of all, to reduce the distance between what the producer gets in the Amazon region, for instance, and how much this is sold in developed countries. And I want to underline the importance of what Ambassador Patriota mentioned when when Brazil included in the G20 bioeconomy. I think that this is something that will bring together major economies, developing and developed, to discuss ways to reduce this distance. In the case of acai, a 300 milliliter
I'm
of
sorry,
acai.
sir, I'm going to have to interrupt.
Okay.
We can't have a speech, sorry. But I think Ambassador Patriota got the question and the rest of the panel as well. And I recognize the distinguished delegate from Indonesia. Can we have a quick question, please?
Okay, thank you, moderator, for giving Indonesia the floor. Indonesia would like to raise one issue raised during this panel, which is about the illegal trade of endangered species. Illegal trade of endangered species is sometimes considered as mainly the responsibility of the producing country, while in reality, illegal trade, including of illegal trade of endangered species, are very much linked to three parties, producing, buyers, and transit trading countries. In this connection, Indonesia fully support Target 5 of the Kunming-Montreal GBF, which strive to ensure sustainable, safe, and legal harvesting and trade of wild species. Indonesia is glad that objectives of CITES are very aligned with those of BioTrade. On illegal trades, due diligence of importing and intermediary countries also very important. If doubts about sustainability and legality of trade, importing parties have an obligation to exercise due diligence and make efforts to verify the condition. In this regard, perhaps this framework can be expanded to be used beyond the species listed in the convention as we discussed in PAIR. The CITES convention also provides tools to address illegal and unsustainable trade in CITES listed species. Such trade undermines the convention as well as BioTrade initiative such as those implemented by Indonesia.
Sir, can I ask you to conclude, please?
Okay. Bilateral cooperation to address illegal of trade, the Toto APA species between Mexico as producer, US as intermediary, and China as the buyer under CITES is a good example of a good collaboration to address illegal trade. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and apologies, but we really need to conclude. So I will give 30 seconds to any panelists that want to address the question. Well, Ludovine on the UNCTAD members' access, bioeconomy and benefit sharing, and illegal trade, and good example that already exists, if we could expand them. So over to you, Ludovine.
Thank you. Let me simply have a bit more than 30 seconds since I didn't have time to make my points before.
That'd be fair.
It will allow me just simply sort of conclude in a sort of forward-looking way. So in terms of what can be done, I was saying earlier, CT has a role to play, and very practically, I think we need to seize the opportunities that we have now, this possibility of organizing thematic discussions back to back with the Committee on Trade and Environment to try to focus the attention of members on specific topics. And in fact, biodiversity has been mentioned by some members as an interest in having a thematic discussion. So I think, concretely speaking, we could try to envisage as one of the next session of the Committee on Trade and Environment to be on this topic of biodiversity. It would really help gather all the different perspectives from the different committees and the different organizations working on this issue, and that can feed into the work of the city on a more systematic way. And this allows me to reply partly, I know this is a very political question from Palestine, but it allows me to reply partly to this question of opening to more broadly the meetings of the Committee on Trade and Environment. And these thematic discussions are one way of actually doing that, to be more open to not only members and observer organizations, but also to other interested people and stakeholders, together with the 1 year event that we have, 1 week, Environment Week every year that we have, which is also open for a multitude of stakeholders to participate, to contribute, and to attend. So I just leave it out there as one way forward.
Thank you so much, Ludovine. And indeed, this is a jointly organized with WTO. So so suitable that we give you a little bit of time to speak. Ambassador Levita, would you want to address any of the comments? No? Okay. Ambassador Valencia, any response or comment, final comments?
Well, yes, quickly, with regard to the participation of the countries that are not already members of the World Trade Organization, unfortunately, there is these specific agreements that you need to sign in order to become a member of the organization. Recently, 2 new countries acceded as they are not members, as Comoros and Timor-Leste. And we hope that at some point the WTO enhance the membership and incorporate additional countries. That's I think the purpose of all of members. Meanwhile, I believe that the points that Ludivine said are like that. There's an opportunity to connect with WTO, the different works and points discussed on the issue of trade and environment. And certainly, I believe that there's opportunity using those moments, if you want, to connect, even though there are the other limitations that I said at the beginning. And briefly, I fully agree with what the distinguished delegate of Indonesia mentioned with regard to illegal trade of species. Is certainly a very important point, especially for countries with biodiversity, important biodiversity, mega diverse countries, as Indonesia is one of them. And we believe that this is not just a matter that concerns that to the cities. Certainly is a very important agreement and organization already in place there, but it demands a more adequate cooperation, a more integrated work that is not involving just environmental authorities, but also trade authorities and even law enforcement authorities. So it's a very important operational that addresses an issue that is a big preoccupation among developing countries in particular. Ecuador is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Valencia. Ambassador Patriota, you have the last word.
Oh, thank you. What an honor.
No pressure.
On Palestine, I think there's also the issue of UNCTAD being an observer at WTO, which is also a subject matter that I think we should address sooner rather than later. So that's an important issue because it's the Conference on Trade and Development, and WTO is the World Trade Organization. So it makes no sense to me that UNCTAD is not there, more present. On the acai issue raised by my colleague from USP, the University of São Paulo, if I understood correctly, I think he's entirely right. It has a domestic and it has an international component. I think these new sort of biodiversity products of the biodiversity from rainforests, they need to be follow a different value chain, sort of, and a different dynamic. It should not go down the same road as cocoa beans or Brazil nuts or things like that, where you know that the end product is highly valued and produces huge profits, whereas the commodity itself, we know how much chocolate sell for, and here in Switzerland, we know how much the cocoa gatherer in Cote d'Ivoire somewhere makes a day, very little. So we have to address that. I think if we want to make a difference on the biodiversity aspect, we have to. And I think on Indonesia, entirely right. I think it's it's a joint responsibility regarding illegal trade in indigenous species. I think it will not solve the issue if only one side of the problem acts. I think both sides need to act, and I think there needs to be more engagement and accountability also on the part of importing nations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want, please join me in thanking our panelists. I think it was very enlightening, and we have a good basis for going forward. I am not going to make a summary. You will have to read the summary of the whole conference, the BioTrade Congress together, because we don't have time, except to mention that, while the member states are working on ensuring UNCTAD as observer status at WTO, we can ensure in the meantime that we share the information with our members because we work very closely with our colleague in the CTE, so at least that connection is being made. And just to inform Ambassador Patriota that our paper on CBAM cost to developing countries, potential cost developing countries, because it's coming out soon, and this is something UNCTAD is very keen on our plastic substitute work, on our CBAM work, on biotrade, is how do we maximize the positive spillover of these policies while minimizing the negative spillover, which too often are on developing countries that need the trade revenues the most. So with this, I yield the floor to my dear colleague, David, who is the MC.
Thank you very much to our wonderful panelists. We have a fantastic session on mainstreaming biodiversity into the WTO law. We have cooperated with WTO all the time on these matters. Now we're going to move to the next session, impacts of BioTrade principles and criteria. So we're now going into specific practices. We'd like to call the moderator, Lorena Jaramillo, and I would like to call to the podium Hang Nam, General Deputy of Biodiversity Conservation Agency in Vietnam, please. I would like to invite Alejandro Bañol from Bioeconomy Colombia, please, to the podium. Tomás de Llull, our colleague from CITES, please, Tomás, welcome to the podium. And Anu Pelota, who is our Director of Statistics, who has been recently appointed. While we get in order, it will be important to know that for those that do not know acai, in Switzerland, you can find acai ice cream without lactose and plant-based in many places. So please enjoy it and taste it. Please, the speakers and moderators. Thomas. Please take a seat because we have little time. We're a little bit late. Huh? Nameplates, please. And the first speaker will be a video. So get ready to have your earphones on. Anu, welcome.
I start. I'll start. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and first of all, thanks to our Master of Ceremony. And I wish to welcome each of you to the third panel on the impact of the BioTrade principles and criteria. I am honored to be your moderator on today's discussions. This panel promises to offer invaluable insights into the practical experiences of governments, representatives around the globe as they conduct the implementation of the BioTrade principles and criteria, which is what we have heard in the previous discussion, what is about the BioTrade principles and criteria. So we will be discussing this further. Our distinguished speakers from Colombia, South Africa, Vietnam, as well as CITES Secretariat will enlighten us on the social, environmental, and economic impact generated through their implementation. We will also gain deeper understanding of the significant role the trade of biodiversity-based products play in our economy, as well as UNCTAD's work on trade and biodiversity statistics. Allow me to provide you a brief overview of UNCTAD's BioTrade initiative launched in 1996 as a response to Agenda 21. This initiative aims to promote trade and investment in biodiversity-based products and services to further sustainable development in line with the objectives of the CBD, namely the conservation, sustainable use, and benefit sharing. At the core of the BioTrade initiative are its 7 principles and criteria that you see on the screen. The first one directly relates to the objectives of the conservation of biodiversity, to convention of biological diversity. The third one relates to socioeconomic sustainability, then legal compliance. The next one relates to, number 6, relates to the respect of the right of all the actors involved in biotrade activities. And the last one is clarity on the right to use and access natural resources. These are accompanied by 26 criteria. And this is a set of guidelines which ensure that biotrade activities from production, transformation, and commercialization of products of biodiversity-based services as well contribute to conserve biodiversity and improve livelihoods, particularly for local communities. These principles and criteria were first published by UNCTAD in 2007 and updated in 2020, and can be applied in different contexts, including terrestrial and marine biodiversity, as we will see during this panel. A growing number of stakeholders are embracing these principles, with implementation supported by partners in over 80 countries in Asia, Africa, Latin America, as well as in the supply chains of transnational companies in sectors like personal care, food, phytopharma, but also services like sustainable tourism. The examples that will be shared in this panel underscore the importance of these guidelines as an instrument for governments and other stakeholders in promoting biodiversity conservation and poverty alleviation through trade. Moreover, the BioTrade principles and criteria also support countries to achieve global biodiversity-related goals and targets, including those outlined in the SDG, but also in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Notably, they are featured as a complementary indicator related to the trade and commercialization in biodiversity-based products in a way that is sustainable and legal. Without further delay, let us begin our discussion. Allow me first to introduce our distinguished speakers that are joining this session panel. Joining us today in the room are Ms. Hoang Nam, General Director Deputy from Vietnam, Natural and Biodiversity Conservation Agency. We have Mr. Bañol, Alejandro Bañol, from the Green Business Office of the Colombian Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development. Ms. Thomas Deloy, Legal Officer from the Secretariat of the Convention on International Trade in the Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES. And my colleague Anu Peltola, Director of UNCTAD Statistics Service. Mr. Korombi Matibe, Chief Director of the Biodiversity Economy and Sustainable Use from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environmental Affairs of South Africa, will also engage in our exchange through a video message. First, we would like to turn to our government representatives to share us how they are implementing the BioTrade principles and criteria in their respective countries and what have been the main lessons learned. We will start with a video message from Mr. Matibe. Please, can you show the video?
Firstly, allow me to extend my gratitude to the organizers of the Congress for allowing South Africa through the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment to participate in the 7th BioTrade Congress on Global Governance for Trade and Biodiversity. It's an opportune time to contribute to this platform, considering South Africa's advancements in trade and biodiversity. South Africa occupies 2% of the world's land, yet it's ranked as the 3rd most biodiverse country in the world, which is based on the unique variety of endemic species. South Africa also boasts cultural diversity, where biodiversity underpins and unites across cultures by precipitating a biodiversity economy which spans across terrestrial or landscapes and seascapes. Through a presidential lead program referred to as Operation Pakisa, South Africa has led and advanced in the biodiversity and oceans economy. Sustainability has been imperative in the biodiversity and oceans economy. South Africa's efforts to achieve global environmental benefits can be seen where the country is quite active in meeting its obligations as a member of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Convention on International Trade of Endangered Fauna and Flora, and its associated treaties, and the most recent Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. South Africa's obligations are domesticated through policy, strategy, and legislations, and the biodiversity sector of South Africa also recognizes the BioTrade principles and criteria as an integrated and practical mechanism to achieve its obligation to international treaties. Like the intentions of the BioTrade principles and criteria, South Africa meets its obligations for the biotrade sector through a value chain approach. And in this case, in the case of rooibos, honeybush, and boho, actors from all parts of the value chain work together to achieve agreed goals, namely access and benefit sharing, conservation and sustainable use, and local natural ingredient product development. Secondly, we also take on an adaptive management approach toward implementation, which allows for corrective measures to be adopted because of ongoing monitoring of impacts. The scope of adaptive management entails the review of relevant legislation, system thinking, and implementation of legislation affecting the value chain, as opposed to siloed, inefficient methods, thus providing an enabling environment for the sector. For this, we have, as the South African government, established an effective biotrade sector that involves all of government, working with business and local providers through collaboration, enabled by the bodies such as the Bioprospecting Forum, the Bioproducts Advancement Network of South Africa, or the BioBanza. Other adaptive measures include collaboration in the business support community and tailor-making support interventions through funding and building technical capacity. By now, I'm sure everyone is aware of the world first industry-wide benefit sharing agreement on traditional knowledge of rooibos. Here, we adapted legislation to develop a best practice for an entire industry to form part of a benefit sharing agreement with the Khoi and the San communities of South Africa. This has since trickled over to other industries such as the boho industry, as well as the honeybush industry. When we talk about building technical capacity, it is important to mention that the country also recently put out a small grant fund financed by the Global Environmental Facility for the honeybush value chain. This grant is an excellent example of a national offering which has been tailored to respond to the needs of community-based enterprises to advance an emerging economy. We have also taken an integrated approach to biotrade where ecosystem integrity and sustainable livelihoods are deeply embedded in biotrade, leaving no area or stakeholders behind. This becomes key to ensure inclusivity as the nexus of success to date. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mativi. In there you can see the experience of how biotrade has been really implemented at the government level and how it has been a tool that helped also further develop the legislations as well with the project that it has. Now let's turn to Vietnam, where Ms. Nang, you have the floor to share how the biotrade principles and criteria are implemented in your country and what are the main lessons learned. Please go ahead.
High Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to UNCTAD for inviting me to attend this important conference. Vietnam has been recognized a rich biodiversity country with more than 60,000 wild species have been discovered, of which many endemic and endangered species. Vietnam is also one of the world's most diverse centers of cultivated plants and animal genetic resources. Biodiversity has been considered the important natural capital for development of our country. Vietnam became a participating country of the UNCTAD BioTrade Initiative since 2003. In 2012, SECO started to support the development of biotrade activities within the natural ingredient sector, and activities were scaled up in partnership with European Union to the phytopharmaceutical sector. BioTrade has been considered an effective approach, in one hand, to conserve biodiversity in trade of biodiversity-based products and services. The other hand, to increase income and enhance livelihood of local people. Therefore, Vietnam government has adopted various policies to promote conservation, sustainable use, and benefit sharing of biodiversity in trade of biodiversity-based products and services. The National Strategy on Biodiversity to 2030, Vision to 2050, gave priority to research and develop markets for bio-friendly products, promote biotrade and sustainable production, supplying value chains, sustainable consumption, including good agricultural practice, organic agriculture, etc. The National Strategy for Green Growth also aims to develop modern, sustainable, and organic agriculture in compliance with safety standards. In practice, there are many international voluntary sustainable standards have been applied by some companies. More than 20 certificates on VSS, the voluntary sustainable standards, were granted, such as the EcoCert, Natureland, Fair for Life, UEBT, etc. Vietnam also has certificates on eco-labeling to environmental friendly products within our country. However, overall, the UEBT criteria considered are closely allied to the UNCTAD BioTrade principle and criteria so far. Recently, the regional BioTrade project, the Phase 2, implemented by Habitat Street Intercorporation, is promoting sustainable production of biodiversity-based products in Vietnam, together with Laos and Myanmar. The project is placing greater focus on working with business support organizations, helping them to become permanent actors that promote sustainable business model by providing services to exporting companies in the region. According to the Regional BioTrade Project in Southeast Asia, from January 2021 to June 2023, in Vietnam have either new or additional income from producing or collecting and selling BioTrade products, and have a new job or improve working conditions at BioTrade companies, increasing in trade turnover for BioTrade products exported from Vietnam up to around $66 million. 25 exporting companies sell BioTrade products to new clients due to compliance with the voluntary sustainable standards. For successful collaborations between biodiversity NGOs and BioTrade companies to take action on biodiversity conservation. So, UNCTAD BioTrade Initiative, with its principle and criteria, has been being implemented by companies and engage numerous stakeholders, including companies, local communities. So far, BioTrade project have achieved some significant progress in introducing and promoting BioTrade in Vietnam. So BioTrade, the principle and criteria as complementary tools that can be mutually supportive for the development and conservation goals in Vietnam that contribute to achieve Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. To promote biotrade, we also recommend that they should mobilize support from government, including the biotrade enabling policies and support from conservation agency, such as the support for capacity building, database for biodiversity, provide guidance for conservation, economic incentives, such as the tax reduction, etc., and also more engagement private sector in biotrade initiatives. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Juan, for the experience that you have been seeing for many years in Vietnam and how the biotrade principles and criteria are being incorporated into different national law, but also how these are being used to support companies. Now, before we go, also I want to highlight, you have in the podium Mr. Alejandro Bañol, who, as mentioned before in the previous panel, they were the pioneer country to implement biotrade, even help us define what are the principles and criteria that we have today. They said that the initial phase, so we are really grateful that you're here. And I wanted to ask you these questions. Can you please tell us how your country is implementing these biotrade principles and criteria, and what are the lessons learned in Colombia in developing green businesses?
Okay.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Lorena. A very special greeting to the participants, attendees, and fellow panelists. First one, Colombia will host the COP16 Conference of Parties, which means peace with nature is our slogan for this year. The second most biodiverse country on the planet with a ecosystem as important as the Amazon, the biogeographic Chocó with a ecosystem from the moorlands of the Andes are known for their beauty to this earth, to seas, and such an important interculturality with indigenous peoples and communities that make Colombia the country of beauty. For the response, a punctual point of view, in Colombia we have the biotrade in 2 points. The first one is about the National Green Business Policy, and the second is about the biotrade plan. Colombia had been the pioneers in biotrade due to our great biodiversity, and the National Green and Sustainable Business Policy is how we make it possible. Thus, the 7 principles and criteria of the biotrade are related to our 12 green business criteria. As we see in the presentation, in the blue color, we present the principles of biotrade, and in green color, I present the green and sustainable businesses. It's 12 as we carry on these principles. There are 12 criteria that bring together the development of the 7 principles of the biotrade in addition, which is related to the triple impact in the environmental, social, and economic. This relationship can be seen in the letters P1, P2, and P3 in the red color, which we find the 12 green and sustainable business criteria. And I would like to mention too that we are currently developing strongly, and they are the GSB criteria number 2 and 9. The number 2, named positive environmental impact of the good or service, is associated with P2 and sustainable use of biodiversity. And the number 2 is about the principle social and environmental responsibility in the company's value chain. For Colombia, as we look to the future, our vision is clear: to create inclusive and sustainable value chains that benefit all stakeholders, from producers to consumers, by investing in green technologies, promoting responsible sourcing practices, and fostering innovation. We can unlock new opportunities for growth while safeguarding our environment. We allude to the supply chain, sustainable use of biodiversity, fair and equitable distribution, and the importance of incorporating the action of biotrade in green business. So indeed, biotrade is the sustainable trade of biological resources and associated traditional knowledge, represent not just a maker opportunity, but a pathway to empowerment and preservation for our community. Thank you, Lorena.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. And you see also how the biotrade principles and criteria, they have been applied also to broader areas with the green businesses. So it really, you see how it's actually, it's being really like a guideline that can help further the countries implement
Okay.
And now let's shift our focus to the marine realm, specifically to the experience of a CITES-listed species. I kindly invite Mr. Deloy to share with us some of the high-level aims and lessons learned of the work on biotrade, specifically in Queen Conch. And that has been done together with the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States and UNCTAD. This is a pioneer and particularly special example since it represents blue biotrade, not a traditional focus on terrestrial ecosystems, but a case of conservation and sustainable use in the oceanic ecosystems. Mr. Deloy, you have the floor.
Grazie, Lorena. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much first to the UNCTAD Secretariat for the invitation and sharing some background information and lessons learned on the work with UNCTAD on the Blue Biotrade initiative in the Caribbean. Just as way of background, note that Queen Conch is a species of clams that's been listed in Appendix 2 of CITES since November 1992. It is present in 36 French states, especially in the Caribbean region. 70% of international trade in Queen Conch goes to the United States, and the second trader is France due to the islands, the dependent islands of France in the Caribbean. Under the review of significant trade, which is one of the review processes we have under the Convention, CITES proposed a range of actions in the mid-90s and again in 2003 and 2005 to improve the sustainability and legality of the trade in Queen Conch. These were favorably acted upon by most of the 36 Caribbean countries and dependent territories where Queen Conch occurs. The Blue Biotrade project is the first major cooperation between CITES, UNCTAD, and OECS, the Organization of East Caribbean States. This trilateral cooperation under the Blue Biotrade project allowed to support beneficiary states with a combination of local and international economic knowledge and wildlife trade management expertise, with the objective to ensure that trade in Queen Conch becomes sustainable for the benefit of the countries and their economies, but also the benefit of present and future generations. 3 countries directly benefited from phase 1 of the Blue Biotrade project on Queen Conch, but the methods used could be applied in other countries and to other species because we have seen it is a big success. The close collaboration between the various partners, as well as the high-level engagement from the ranch states, was vital to the success of the project, with the countries ultimately taking ownership of the products. By products, we mean some stakeholders mapping exercises, country case studies, stock assessments, plans of action. It also helped creating a certainty that sustainable harvest levels can be achieved in the region, and therefore the trade in the species could continue sustainably. In conclusion, the Blue Biotrade project is a success story of international cooperation between our 3 organizations, but also for the broader implementation of CITES and the implementation of the rules and principles of biotrade. It is a project that supported countries in the region in the management of the natural resources, but also helped with the broader implementation of the Convention. One of the main lessons learned is that beyond our cooperation and our technical expertise that we can provide, the political buy-in of the countries is obviously a key to the success. But thanks to the principles of biotrade and the energy that our organization can put on the ground, we have seen success in developing tools that helped those countries in ensuring that the trade in Queen Conch can continue and continue in a sustainable manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for the great experience of Blue Biotrade that we have developed jointly with all the support of the partners. And you see here also, I want to highlight what you mentioned at the end, the importance of the policy buy-in. And I think that is what we're trying to do also in this panel, to show the experiences of how the different countries have been implementing and using this as a tool to promote sustainable trade. So thank you very much, Thomas. Now, I turn to Ms. Peltola from UNCTAD. As we talk about lessons, we'd like to ask you about the work you have been doing with UNCTAD to capture the data we need to be able to have evidence of impact. You've been doing this through the Trade and Biodiversity Statistical Tool and the Informal Working Group on Trade and Biodiversity Statistics. Can you please give us a brief overview to date? Ms. Peltola, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, distinguished delegates. UNCTAD really wants to support the efforts of member states and all other organizations who wish to advance work to safeguard our biodiversity. So we have developed a comprehensive global data set on international trade in biodiversity-based goods with country and product level data. It measures trade flows of over 1,800 biodiversity-based products using countries reporting in the UN Comtrade based on their customs data sets. The UNCTAD Trabio statistical tool offers an easy way to assess a complex matrix of bilateral trade flows in biodiversity-based products. Due to its broad coverage and level of detail in terms of products, the dataset enables rich analysis of biodiversity-related trade dynamics. It informs governments and companies of biodiversity-based trade volumes and values and the global roles of countries in biotrade. We offer interactive maps and data visualizations to bring these insights easily to everyone for their use. Measuring biodiversity, however, is no easy task. This comprehensive data set is therefore quite unique and valuable. Otherwise, our natural resources, the forest, the water, fish, minerals, land, and related goods remain largely unaccounted for. Trade statistics are a good example where data exists and we can help inform other frameworks, like the system of environmental economic accounting, which statisticians have developed to account for the interactions of economy and environment. It provides a framework to arrange data and link to analyze impacts of economic activities on the environment. But the data are tricky to get there to fill the framework. Just an example, scientists estimate that there are over 8.7 million species of plants and animals in the world, but only about 1.2 million have been identified so far. And as we know, almost the same amount are at risk of extinction. So there's a painful need for more data. Biodiversity is not just a matter of conservation or scientific interest. The nature does not really need us, but we need the nature. Too often the economy is focused on short-term gains, profits, or loss, while caring for our environment is really about our own well-being and survival and about the future of the planet. UNCTAD wants to be there to inform the efforts you are taking to advance this important work. So we have joined forces with international environmental experts and statisticians to develop a strategy for new indicators and enhanced understanding of the biodiversity impacts of trade and economy. Who consumes biodiversity-based goods and where are they extracted from? Who benefits from that trade and what impacts does it have on our forest, water, land, plants, and animals? The need for data is critical as the world must change course to stop the loss of biodiversity. With the International Working Group, we are also pioneering the use of new technologies. You may have noticed that UNCTAD releases a weekly artificial intelligence-powered nowcast of global trade and economy. And now we're thinking how to regionalize that nowcast to provide more timely information. We're thinking of ways to use digital data and analyze traditional trade data together with satellite imagery on land changes. The BioTrade dataset alongside our data on oceans trade and plastics trade have created high interest among statisticians and academics, and they have many policy applications to date. And I hope we can really dig deeper for new data and insights and research and analysis that can also feed into your efforts to guide us towards more sustainable and ethical trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anu. That's interesting and pioneer work that we are developing with the guidance of UNCTAD statistics. And as we are very short on time, I wanted to jump straight to the next segment of our discussion. So let's delve deeper into the tangible impact generated by the implementation of the BioTrade principles and criteria. So let's shifting our attention back to our esteemed government representatives. I would like to maybe start with Ms. Nang. So can you tell us insight into the results and outcomes and impacts of the implementing BioTrade principles and criteria, particularly focusing on the impact on biodiversity as well as on access and benefit sharing? Now, Ms. Huang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to share some views on impact generated by implementing BioTrade principle and criteria on biodiversity. So as far as you know that UNCTAD defines BioTrade as being when a product or services a source from biodiversity is commercialized and traded in a way that respects people and nature. The assessment of voluntary sustainability standard in BioTrade on how they contribute to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity follows the definition of the UNCTAD BioTrade Principle 1, 2, and the ABS in Principle 3, and the UNBT, as I mentioned, criteria are closely aligned with UNCTAD BioTrade Principle and criteria, and UNBT requires companies to develop and implement the BAP to follow this principle. And that principle already implemented in some case study in Vietnam. And according to this theory, positive impact for biodiversity conservation can be either achieved in a direct way or in an indirect way by contributing to the conservation of natural resources, such as the soil, water, and climate. So in Vietnam, under the Regional BioTrade Project, some case studies have been implemented, such as the case studies planting production of cinnamon in Cao Bang province, northern Vietnam, and some other species in other areas. So far, the BAP, the Biodiversity Action Plan of UNDP, certified entities are still in an early implementation stage. In principle, it of course will contribute in biodiversity conservation when the approach of development of BAP considers the status of biodiversity, the threat on biodiversity, and how the objective on biodiversity conservation should be set, and priority action should be carried out to protect biodiversity. And this BAP should be organized, should be developed and implemented by companies in order to be certificated by the license. And at present, maybe too early to identify the impact on biodiversity, since the first certificates was issued only recently in 2022. But some improvement may have as a result of implementation of the BAP as the following, like enhance the healthy soil conditions and improve the groundwater levels, and also the better soil health, the fire prevention and additional habitat for native fauna due to planting of native vegetation, to avoid monoculture, like in cinnamon species, and look at the landscape approach to planting specific species, and decrease the negative impact of farming on animals, birds, plants, soil, etc., because reduce agrochemicals. So restoration of soil fauna diversity due to lower chemical input system, for example. So we consider the BAP is very important. However, some lesson learned, as I mentioned in a private presentation or talk, that the company is better to work closer with the conservation agency or organization to get further guidance on how the importance of the biodiversity conservation in the cultivated area or the areas that have the wild harvesting. So they can receive the guidance from the conservation agency organization on the identifies the baselines as well as the objective of the biodiversity conservation in the area and how they can carry out the action to protect biodiversity. So in that aspect, they can contribute better for achieving the biodiversity objectives. So I think in general, the applying the criteria and standards in a BioTrade is a very potential for promote conservation, and there's need to review the case studies and also the identify lesson learned to help the government to promote BioTrade further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and for giving us also that perspective as a conservation agency and the work that has been done also jointly with Helvetas in Vietnam. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Alejandro. However, particularly, we're interested in learning about the impact of the application of the BioTrade principles and criteria on biodiversity and also on the private sector, specifically regarding entrepreneurship and the emergence of new businesses, of green businesses. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. It's possible the presentation. The number 2, please.
Presentation of Alejandro, please. Slide 3.
Thank you, Lorena. As BioTrade development in Colombia, remember that we have the National Policy for Green and Sustainable Business and the Sustainable BioTrade Plan, with lessons learned because it was 10 years of its implementation between 2014 and this year, 2024, which will enter into updating process to link approaches in productive sector, supply chains, integration of territorial and community approach, and the suggestions we receive within this great BioTrade Congress. For example, with UBT and the CDB is important the relation for this update. The impacts in a country as diverse as Colombia materialized in the generation for these two tools, where the verification of the 12 green and sustainable business criteria for biobusiness and BioTrade is carried out. In the presentation, we have the BioTrade program and 2 labels that we in Colombia recognize the BioTrade products. In Colombia, we have a total approximately of 4,000 green and sustainable businesses by 2023. The goal for 2030 is to have approximately 12,000 green and sustainable businesses in the country. Currently, we can group them into 3 productive chains, but the most important is the natural ingredient chain, which includes food, beverage, cosmetics, and pharmaceuticals. Another important impact to highlight is that of the total number of green businesses, 80% are directly related to BioTrade and 20% to sustainable tourism. In general, there is an economic model in Colombia that is gaining strength, and that in the bioeconomy model. This is impact the BioTrade made it possible to identify the characteristics and make an orientation of the green and sustainable business with a stronger focus on the bioeconomy. Finally, we also materialize this impact of the BioTrade in Colombia with the participation of the GEF, the Global Environmental Facility. For example, the Colombia Pacific, the Jaguar, where the sustainable production models are carried out as a solution for the communities and the territory in a strategic ecosystem from the sustainable use of biodiversity. PDET, territories means development programs with a territorial approach, areas where they have been resilient and where they are a vulnerable population that have generated 1,000 green and sustainable business as an economic alternative and are part of the BioTrade. Likewise, anchor companies where they are a part of the supply chain to support communities and the production of bioproducts to biobusinesses with high added value for the consumers and the market. Thank you, Lorena.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. And I will go forward with the, considering because of the time, the esteemed delegate from the CITES Secretariat. Can you provide insights into the biodiversity impact you're seeing so far in this work with Queen Conch?
Thank you, Lorena. As indicated in the answer to the previous question, one of the direct biodiversity impacts of the project has been to allow for a better assessment of queen conch stocks in the region and a better understanding of the principles to apply to ensure sustainability of the fisheries and trade via the Blue BioTrade principles and the broader implementation of CITES. You may not know, but CITES functions on two pillars. For trade to be accepted as legal, there needs to be a non-detriment finding, which is a scientific finding that the trade is not detrimental to the survival of the species, and there needs to be a legal acquisition finding, meaning the specimens to be traded have been acquired legally. The Blue BioTrade project provided countries with the knowledge they need to undertake the stock assessments and therefore develop the tools they need to build the non-detriment finding element, so the scientific assessment element. We've also seen direct impact concerning the implementation of the convention in the countries. For example, in Grenada, prior to the conduct of the project, Grenada did not have a designated scientific authority, which is a requirement under the convention. This has now been formally established, and the roles of the management authority and scientific authority have been clearly established. We've seen improved collaborations between the CITES authorities at the national and regional level since the conduct of the project. The Blue BioTrade project has also helped establishing greater communication and understanding by including all stakeholders along the supply chain in the project. A great example of this was the cooperation with the fishermen who were actively involved in the collection of data for the Grenada stock assessment. We can also see a continuation of this goodwill and this good basis that the project created to this day. I was in the Caribbean 2 weeks ago, including in Grenada, and I can see, I've been able to witness that various certain challenges remaining. We've seen the dialogue and the cooperation that has been built between the CITES authorities and other government authorities and the fisheries sectors and NGOs active in this field. So for us, in our assessments, the impacts of the projects were, of course, on the science and on the protection and conservation of biodiversity, including by the conduct of the stock assessment, but also in developing capacity and expertise in country and making sure that there is all the nominations of all the authorities needed to implement the various MEAs, including CITES, when related to trade in wild species. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for sharing that experience on Blue BioTrade in the Caribbean. I will just go now to our last delegate from the government. May you please play the video from South Africa, Mr. Matibe.
The BioTrade principles and criteria filters through South Africa's white paper on sustainable use and the recently published for public comment, the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy. The BioTrade principles and the criteria have also influenced and informed biodiversity conservation and sustainable use in trade through the country's most recent undertaking in the development of a voluntary BioTrade conservation and sustainable use charter. The BioTrade CSU charter provides a voluntary platform for businesses in trade to demonstrate legal and regulatory compliance and responsible sourcing of biodiversity. It is envisaged that the charter will be complemented by the public and private sector. BioTrade as a CSU charter will provide a platform to verify compliance aligned to due diligence in incremental steps as enterprises build traction in global trade. We also implement the BioTrade principles and criteria at a project implementation level through partner projects such as the ABIOSA project, which stands for Access and Benefit Sharing, Compliant BioTrade in Southern Africa, and the BioInnovation Africa project funded through the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs and the German Development Corporation, GIZ, respectively. Implementation of both these projects are both the GIZ under the umbrella of the Access and Benefit Sharing, or ABS Capacity Development Initiative in partnership with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. The GIZ and the government of South Africa, through the DFFE, have recognized the economic importance and potential to create a high growth, jobs-rich and innovative South Africa biotrade sector, including through the support for the establishment of European-African business partnerships, compliant with National Access and Benefit Sharing or the ABS regulations, supporting sustainable development goals and contributing to livelihoods of rural people and the sustainable use of its plant biodiversity in line with the objectives of Nagoya Protocol on ABS and the South African National Biodiversity Economy Strategy. The implementation of the BioTrade principles and criteria at a project level has led the principle to go into action across various stakeholder groups, culminating in a rise in national innovation and multi-stakeholder confidence to global value chains. This impact translates into job creation at a local level, where in the year 2014, the biodiversity sector contributed approximately 406,000 jobs. In more recent times, our partner projects mentioned earlier created over 3,700 permanent and seasonal jobs, increased the turnover of beneficiary companies by 51% in local sales and 178% in export sales. It is through partnership that we achieve, and it is through long-term partnership we can realize the impact at a ground level and begin to move the needle towards achieving goals and targets such as set out in the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. As well as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the illustrative intervention of South Africa, where we actually see numbers and figures of the implementation and also all the work that has been done in the country. Just wanted also maybe to point out before I go to my last speaker, is that tomorrow afternoon you will have a session on the Abiosa project. So if you are interested in learning more about the project, we encourage you to join at 3 p.m. And in the morning, we start also with a session on the project in Mekong. So if you will be coming, that meeting, that session starts at 10. So we hope to see many of you there. And then I turn now to my last speaker. And Anu, we have been hearing about the impact throughout this dialogue. But now let us focus on what statistics tell us about the international trade in biodiversity-based products. Anu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Let's dive into some heavy statistics about this area, which you, I'm sure, know very well. What strikes me is that in the past 50 years, global GDP has doubled when the use of natural resources more than tripled. According to estimates, at least half of the global GDP depends directly on biodiversity and natural resources. And all of us, we depend on it, of course. Our consumption accounts for 90% of global biodiversity loss related to the extraction and processing of materials, fuels, and food that we need. This consumption is highly unequally distributed globally. The loss of biodiversity is felt hardest by the most vulnerable populations who depend on natural resources and their sustainable use for their livelihoods. Degradation threatens some local ecosystems due to this overconsumption, often driven by faraway economies. Data also show the lack of investment in clean technologies in developing countries, leaving their growing populations with limited sustainable means to support their lives. According to UNCTAD's data, the global value of exports of biodiversity-based goods is $3.7 trillion per year. The exports of biodiversity-based goods are highly concentrated, with only 3 economies accounting for 25% of the global exports. The 3 most traded goods relate to nutrition, medication, and housing. This really shows the critical role of this trade for people and the planet. In addition to the bilateral trade flow data, we provide analysis in UNCTAD's SDG Pulse to bring this evidence forward for analysis and decision-making for everyone. Trade can be a driver of unsustainable use of resources, but it can also be harnessed for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and for a fairer and more equitable sharing of benefits from trade. We are working in this regard to develop new data resources for all stakeholders to use as an open shared resource. First, on policy measures to protect biodiversity, for instance, to estimate the cost of achieving biodiversity goals and targets, and identify synergies and trade-offs to help governments optimize investment across different sectors to achieve biodiversity targets. We're also analyzing enterprise sustainability reporting to give visibility to the measures taken by the private sector. Secondly, we're looking at biodiversity impact indicators to assess the impacts of trade and economy and monitor sectors where the risk of biodiversity loss is high and sectors that depend on biodiversity, and to link trade data with land use and other geospatial data using new technology and digital data. Thirdly, we would like to understand the global value chains related to biodiversity better, for instance, by looking at the biodiversity footprint to see who consumes biodiversity-based goods and where and who produces those goods. We should also think about our relationship with the future. So are we depleting the resources of future generations with our actions today, or are we investing in natural resources to build the basis for future well-being of our children and their children? Data can act as an accountability and transparency measure of how we manage environment, which is our shared asset, and how it is used by countless businesses and households who depend on it. Unsustainable economies are fundamentally fragile, economies where hope can turn to despair and shared prosperity to fragmentation and polarization. That's not the progress we want or need. In this regard, UNCTAD is honored to have been leading a related UN Secretary General's initiative jointly with UNDESA and UNDP to move beyond gross domestic product, GDP, with the aim to empower decision makers with metrics that are inclusive of social and environmental aspects of progress and go beyond just economic considerations. As a statistician, I'm therefore very interested in listening to your discussions to really pinpoint what we can do to inform the efforts for more just and sustainable progress with data and analytical tools, and how we can help empower and engage all actors in your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anu, for the comments that you gave, and also the vision of going forward of the activities that we're planning to work on. As we are almost out of time, I wanted to see if we have any questions here from the floor. No. Okay. Then I will move to we have a question from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity online, and he said, and it's mentioned, sorry, to the presenters in this panel, how were the BioTrade principles and criteria actually written or embedded in the contracts entered into the parties to the trading transaction? Was it difficult, especially the beneficiary part, and what lessons were learned in putting these principles and criteria into contractual practices? I think maybe this question might be better addressed by our government representatives. Juan, Alejandro, do you want to start? Alejandro, okay.
Okay. And a specific answer is not difficult because in Colombia we are working in the presentation of the sustainable business in one criteria about the resilience and the specific law. So for that, it's not difficult include these benefit sharings, but it's important how Thomas said, I include the parts of the science and data for the make possible the contract of sharing benefits. Thank you, Lorena.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. Juan, do you want to address the question? Sorry.
So regarding the benefit sharing, there's many different cases. In Vietnam, in our law on biodiversity, we already stipulate some principle for benefit sharing when assess the renewable resource. So the guidance and different clause for and standards for benefit sharing already stipulated in the law and the guidelines to implement the law. So in the contracts already reflect the mutual agreement following the guidance of the law on biodiversity.
Thank you very much, Juan. And I also wanted to point out there is this guideline that was developed by UNCTAD for policymakers on access and benefit sharing. You can get it outside, and I would recommend you also to check that guideline. And then there was also this work done in Peru and Laos, People's Democratic Republic, where it shows model contract classes that can help you further on how to deal with this type of agreements and contracts, particularly within a company's private sector. So I just want to know if there's any. Thank you very much, Juan. Thank you very much, Alejandro. Do we have any other comment or questions from the floor or online? If not, I would like to close the panel and happy we make it on time. So as we bring our panel to a close, I want to express my gratitude to our esteemed panelists for their invaluable contributions. I would also like to extend my appreciation to participants for their questions that was very thought-provoking and trying to bring a reality to how BioTrade, the principles and criteria are being implemented, and particularly in the issues of the contracts and ABS. Throughout our sessions, our panelists have provided insights into the crucial intersections of biodiversity, conservation and sustainable use, poverty alleviation and trade. Furthermore, our discussions have highlighted how the work done under BioTrade contribute to advancing also the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Let us carry forward this knowledge and inspiration gained here. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and take meaningful actions to safeguard our planet biodiversity for our current and future generations to come. Thank you very much. And now I pass the floor to Mr. Vivas, to David. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorena. Thank you to everybody. I think it's important that we saw how BioTrade principles and criteria are applied in practice. I think we have reached to a level after more than 20 years of maturity that we need to think what's the next level. I think it's important that member states need to start thinking if the BioTrade principles and criteria should become soft law under the United Nations and being discussed and adopted at the level of the Trade and Development Board in UNCTAD and the Trade Commission. So I think this is a thought that you need to keep during lunchtime to think how we can bring it to a more precise element, especially including the aspects of benefit sharing to make it more binding, more mandatory, and more effective. Now, I have some announcements. The first one is about lunch. Everybody likes lunch. There are two options for you to have lunch. There is the cafeteria, bar serpent here, salads, quiche, etc. There is also in the ground floor, 0th floor, in the middle of the Palais, a cafeteria where you have diverse dishes, including national dishes. So please, I would encourage you to have lunch in the building because for those who do not have a permanent UN badge, it may be difficult to come in and out because you will have to come to the same gate and it's far away. The second, I think something very important I'm going to show, we have distributed at the entrance, please take, this is the survey of impact evaluation of the Congress. please take a look, fill it. Your opinion is essential to improve our services and to ensure that we provide quality and the right type of research if you need it. Please take it. There is a box outside. Once you fill it, please kindly leave it in the box so we can compile and consider your opinions. Besides that, please be here at 2:50, 10 minutes before 3, so we can get organized. We have a very refreshing set of afternoon sessions where we have very direct actors looking at the reality from the ground, as we have heard right now, but we will go deeper and further. So thank you very much to all of you. We wait for you at 2:50 sharp. Thank you. Swiss style. Ciao. Commissioner Correia Sacco. She's going to come at any minute, so be ready. We will be starting as soon as she arrives to the room. Good afternoon. We're starting. We're going to have a visit of the African Commissioner, but she's coming tomorrow, so we will go directly to the next panel in the afternoon, an ocean of opportunities building a global seaweed coalition. So please, I will kindly ask you to take your seats. We're going to start. And I would like to invite His Excellency, Ambassador Colin Murdoch, to the sitting place. He will be our keynote speaker today. No, after. Ambassador Murdoch is a representative of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. He represents 7 sovereign countries in the Caribbean. He's going to give us a wonderful keynote today. Today, we're moving from the green to the blue. We're getting away from shores and we're to bring you very innovative and refreshing angles from the Caribbean to Africa to Southeast Asia. And we will finish with a lovely video that will bring you outside this room. I will start the panel. As an introduction, Seaweed is a versatile macroalgae, increasingly gaining recognition for its multifaceted contributions to sustainability, food security, and gender empowerment. Seaweed, under a blue BioTrade approach, can offer a sustainable solution to common nutritional deficiencies, particularly for poor coastal communities. It also has the potential to replace fossil fuels in industries and provide ecosystem services such as carbon sequestration and nitrogen recycling. It can also benefit vulnerable coastal communities with job opportunities. However, much of the seaweed economic sector, environmental, social, and economic potential remains untapped and in many cases invisible. The aim of this session is to provide an up-to-date overview of the seaweed sector and its linkages with trade, food security, environmental sustainability, and gender empowerment. We have the honor to have Ambassador Murdoch from the Organization of Caribbean States to provide us with the state-of-the-art overview on the product development and marketed advances in this region on the use of sea moss and sargassum, two seaweed species with high potential for the Eastern Caribbean. Ambassador, welcome very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here. And, you know, on occasions like these, I quite often feel the need first to explain what OECS is. OECS stands for Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. And that is an intergovernmental organization comprising 6 independent small states of the Eastern Caribbean, as well as 5 non-independent states of the Eastern Caribbean. And these are associate members. And we're an economic union. We have a single currency, a single central bank. We have many common institutions. And in fact, we are pretty much like the EU, but in miniature and with better weather. And today, we will speak about sargassum value chains. It's a privilege for me, really, to have been invited to participate in this 7th BioTrade Congress. Allow me today to share perspectives from the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States on the topic of blue biotrade for the sea moss and sargassum's value chains. I express continued gratitude to UNCTAD, as it remains a friend and reliable partner to the OECS. And special thanks to Mr. David Vivas for his never-ending support. For the past 4 years, we have been working with UNCTAD and other partners on developing the blue economy in the OECS through a blue biotrade project, and we are reaping results already. I am particularly intrigued by the Congress's headline theme, An Ocean of Opportunities, which speaks to the enormous potential of the world's marine environment. However, inasmuch as there are opportunities, there is also a significant responsibility on our shoulders to preserve these resources. Indeed, the importance of the ocean's economy can never be overestimated, as it is essential to the socioeconomic well-being of so many countries, especially small island developing countries, SIDS. For example, for the OECS countries, a group of SIDS situated in the Eastern Caribbean, our regional waters cover an area well in excess of 500,000 square kilometers, which is almost 150 times our land area. In this regard, while we are SIDS, we are also large ocean and big sea states with untold and untapped opportunities. Today, we are here specifically to look at CMOS and sargassum value chains. These are subsets of seaweed, the market value for which more than tripled between 2001 and 2021, moving from US 5 billion to US 17 billion respectively, according to data from UNCTAD. In a very short space of time, the global seaweed market is anticipated to undergo robust and exponential growth, with its market value projected to reach US 85 billion by 2026, based on data cited by UNCTAD. A global surge in demand for plant-based ingredients, in particular a growing interest in superfoods, is expected to drive market growth in the years ahead. For example, according to Polaris Market Research, the growing inclination towards the vegetarian lifestyle has brought about a notable shift in dietary preferences, prompting consumers to seek plant-based alternatives rich in essential nutrients typically associated with animal products. CMOS, with its nutrient-dense profile, has therefore gained prominence as a viable solution to meet these nutritional requirements. One key nutrient found abundantly in CMOS is iodine, a trace element crucial for proper thyroid function. Additionally, individuals adhering to plant-based diets often face challenges in obtaining sufficient iodine from plant sources, thereby making the CMOS market a valuable natural source that could effectively address this dietary concern. The World Bank estimates that in the short term, the most promising new markets along the seaweed value chain will include biostimulants, animal feed, pet foods, and methane-reducing additives. Medium-term opportunities will include nutritional supplements, alternative proteins, bioplastics, and fabrics. Longer-term opportunities are likely to emerge with respect to pharmaceuticals and construction materials. While the ocean inherently offers substantial opportunities for sustainably generating and extracting heightened levels of economic activity and value, in recent years, there has been a significant influx of floating mats of sargassum seaweed invading the shores of countries across the Caribbean and elsewhere. Sargassum is a type of brown macroalgae, which provides important habitat for various marine species. Sargassum seaweed is also rich in nutrients and serves as a food source for marine life, such as fish, turtles, and birds. However, the surge in these massive blooms of sargassum have heavily impacted coastal areas in several countries. Excessive sargassum accumulation can pose challenges for coastal communities and severely threaten the viability of the tourism, beach industry, and fisheries industries. However, where there are challenges, there are also opportunities. And in the OECS, for example, we are currently exploring sargassum's potential uses as a fertilizer, fuel, animal feed, and raw material for various industrial applications. Specific to the question of value chains, the raw segment of CMOS, for instance, continues to account for the largest market share globally. This is certainly something that we need to turn around, especially for SIDS and developing countries more broadly speaking, so as not to repeat historic patterns where we specialize in exporting raw materials and then re-importing the finished products, which are higher in value. Therefore, we need to focus not only on production, but we have to also build capacity with respect to research and development and intellectual property so as to allow SIDS in particular to benefit from opportunities along the entire value chain. With respect to geography, the Asia-Pacific region dominated the global CMOS market last year, with China in particular poised for exponential growth. China is both the biggest producer and biggest importer of seaweed, thereby suggesting that there are substantial opportunities to supply that market. China and the rest of Asia also import more seaweed than all of the other regions combined. Meanwhile, in Europe is the largest importer of seaweed outside of China and the rest of Asia. And as Europeans continue to align with the trend of functional foods and superfoods, one can expect that this market will continue to grow. These countries, especially SIDS, which have included economic partnership agreements with the EU, might be in good stead to capitalize on some of these market opportunities, mindful, of course, that there is likely a need to be focused on meeting sanitary and phytosanitary requirements. There is quite an interesting story emerging in the United Kingdom, where there is a growing focus on the sustainability of seaweed production. In this regard, various sustainable brands in the UK are documented as being actively engaged in sourcing sea moss in an environmentally and ethically based manner. Nowhere is this better illustrated than by the family-run sea moss company, St. Lucia Sea Moss, based in the UK, which sources ethically and sustainably produced and harvested sea moss from St. Lucia, which it then sells in raw bulk or in other products such as candles, body oils, and steam blends. And here, I should make a plug that sea moss in most of the Caribbean is grown naturally in protected coastal waters and represents some of the best quality you can find anywhere in the world. Many governments in the Caribbean region are also supporting the farmers to ensure that sustainable farming practices are maintained. However, given the multiplicity of opportunities available to move up the global value chain, we must take due care to ensure that we do not remain at the bottom of the value chain by replicating an economic model which prioritizes the export of raw materials. Finally, a well-established value chain can ensure the efficient and sustainable utilization of sea moss and sargassum resources while maximizing economic value and minimizing environmental impact. More importantly, it also requires collaboration and coordination among stakeholders along the value chain, including local communities, governments, and intergovernmental bodies such as UNCTAD. We need also to look beyond farming and harvesting and create a much broader ecosystem encompassing research and development, ease of access to finance, capacity building, especially for export technology development, cross-border knowledge sharing initiatives, and public-private partnerships. As I close, permit me to wish you a successful 7th Blue BioTrade Congress. We salute UNCTAD's commitment to sustainability and for its continued focus on the blue economy, which is a major component of the next development frontier, especially for SIDS. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Murdoch. You really have brought wisdom to the equation: sustainability, value addition, development, ecosystem management, many of the points that we'll be discussing today. As a next point, we are launching today, you will find it online in the UNCTAD website. We're launching this new publication, An Ocean of Opportunities on Seaweed, including analysis, trade data, flows, environmental, food security, gender analysis in developing countries. So I will encourage you to take a look. It's already online. And I have some copies here for the speakers, but it should be published in paper in about a month. The importance of this publication is that for the first time, we're estimating the flows of trading seaweed in different species and different uses in the value chain. We have estimated that in 2021, the market value of seaweed was about 17 billion in US dollars, and the exports were about 1.2 billion in US dollars. This is 3 times the size of the same value 10 years ago. It's growing. It was growing at 300%. Our calculation is that it's growing now between 400 and 500%. It's one of the fastest growing economic sectors in the blue economy and even outside the blue economy, with a very low ecological footprint and a huge potential for diversification. Now, I'm going to call to the panel, Mrs. Nicola Dreyer, please, come, and Mrs. Hoadon. We will also have a video by Mrs. Jean-Yves Remy. As we know, in the seaweed sector, perhaps it's one of the sectors where women leadership and participation is essential. Just to give you a number, about 40% of all the startups globally on seaweed adding value are led by women. So we decided that after the keynote speech of Ambassador Mulder, we'll have an all-women panel, okay, for a change. So I will invite first Mrs. Nicola Dreyer. She's one of the leading authors of this report that you have here. Again, it can be found in the UNCTAD website, and our colleagues can distribute it in the list of participants. She's also advisor to the Global Seaweed Coalition, which has been a partner that we are working with because they have a huge substantive scientific knowledge to ensure that whatever we are doing in the economic side has a sustainable and social positive impact. Nicola, welcome to Geneva. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, David. And so I'm Nicola Dyer, and I'm here as Senior Advisor to the Global Seaweed Coalition. Excellency, Your Excellency, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols otherwise observed, thank you very much to David and to the UNCTAD team for their invitation to come here today and for the opportunity to contribute to this important report. Let me just keep it up here for some photographs. Thank you so much. And the mission of the Global Seaweed Coalition is to support the safe and sustainable scale-up of the seaweed sector grounded in science. Next slide, please. And I think, there we go, perfect. There are over 12,000 known species of seaweed or macroalgae, as the ambassador rightly pointed out. Even though only a very few of these are currently being exploited, the variety of uses is nothing short of dazzling. We only put a few of these up on this slide. Seaweeds are used as food for humans and as ingredients in our food. Many people throughout the world eat seaweed products, sometimes without realizing it, when they consume products with ingredients such as agar-agar, or alginate, or carrageenan. Seaweeds have long been used as feed for terrestrial, for aquatic and feed for terrestrial and aquatic animals, for livestock, poultry, and aquaculture feed. Seaweeds are used to make nutraceuticals, cosmetics, and pharmaceuticals. There's promising research, for example, on the potential of seaweed to contribute to the fight against obesity. Seaweeds can fuel not just living things, but machines as well. They can be used for biofuel. In the US, attention is being paid to using seaweed to make a greener version of jet fuel, for example. Using seaweed in fabric dyeing can substantially reduce the amount of water needed. A whole range of innovative materials can be made using seaweed, including paper, building blocks for houses, pigments, design materials, furniture, and perhaps most exciting, at least for me, as an alternative to plastics, both hard and thin film. And I have a feeling you're going to hear a little bit more about that a little bit later on from our other panelists. There's so much to be excited about. Next slide, please. And when we look at seaweed's contributions to sustainability, they touch on almost every sustainable development goal. Today, I'll be focusing on SDG 2, Zero Hunger, SDGs 13, 14, and 15, Climate Action and Life Underwater and on Land. That's pretty much covers life, and how that all ties in with SDG 5, Gender Equality. Next slide, please. So first, food security. Seaweed contributes directly to it by providing both essential macro and micronutrients. Different species have different nutrition profiles, and it will be important to see these mapped. Generally, seaweeds are packed with protein, iron, vitamin A, omega-3s, and a host of valuable micronutrients. They can provide us with iodine, as we heard, potentially obviating the need to iodize salt. Think about that for a second. And seaweed could help with extreme malnutrition, such as in famine-stricken southwestern Madagascar, where an NGO is looking to help local women grow seaweed that could be ground into powder to supplement children's school meals. Indirectly, seaweed can help improve food security by improving crop yields and quality when used as a biostimulant or a fertilizer additive. Or they can help improve animal health when used as a feed additive for land or aquatic animals raised for human food. Now, looking at food security through a gender lens, one of the most important takeaways that we have is educate women on seaweed's nutritional benefits, since women are usually the household food decision makers. Next slide, please. Turning to the environment. Seaweed also has enormous potential to be part of a solution to the triple environmental crises of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. This slide shows terrestrial runoff at the mouth of the Amazon River. Just picked it off Google, with an overlay of a sea of plastic in the upper right corner and a cow burping. And we all know what cows burp. Seaweed can help. As a plastics alternative, it may allow us to sustainably reduce the amount of plastic that's thrown away and ends up in our ocean. Restoring denuded areas with native seaweeds has been shown to help regenerate biodiversity, such as off the coasts of England and Portugal. And because they're powerhouses of nutrient absorption, seaweeds can be part of natural solutions to wastewater treatment. Certain seaweed species may be able to help reduce those ruminant methane emissions, those cow burps that are full of methane, when included in the right mix in their feed. That represents a significant share of the food system's overall contributions to greenhouse gases. Now, there's much excitement about seaweed and atmospheric carbon dioxide reduction. There are lots of projects out there that are making a big go of it. They include projects proposing to sequester a lot of carbon by cultivating fast-growing seaweed species and dumping them in the deep ocean. My message here is a word of caution. We need to get this right. Both methane and carbon dioxide are of concern. Methane is far more potent than carbon dioxide in trapping greenhouse gases. And methane emitted today will last about 10 years in the atmosphere. So in the short term, it's critical we deal with it. Carbon dioxide can last for centuries in the atmosphere, so long-term solutions are needed. Now, there's promising early research on methane and a few kinds of seaweed, as I mentioned earlier. On the other hand, when it comes to carbon sequestration, several scientists on the Global Seaweed Coalition's Scientific Council have called deep ocean seaweed dumping for carbon sequestration, this is a quote from an article they published, questionable, risky, and not the best use of valuable biomass. The message here is more research is needed. Now, let's just quickly look at environmental security through a gender lens, seaweed and the environment through a gender lens. Two important takeaways are, first of all, when establishing or expanding marine protected areas, it's important to protect the rights of smallholder and indigenous peoples. especially women, as they're the long-standing stewards of lands and waters that are critical for their livelihoods. And message 2 is incorporating something called integrated multi-trophic aquaculture systems into marine spatial planning and national development strategies is also going to be important. IMTA is the abbreviation. It involves producing multiple marine species together, like finfish, shellfish, and seaweed, where the wastes of one become a resource for the others. These systems can help achieve environmental objectives while allowing women, especially in developing countries, to improve their product quality and diversify their incomes. And transform, get the value added locally. Next slide, please. This was just a brief overview of some of the points that are being made in the paper. In closing, I'd like to present here 7 recommendations which are aimed primarily at governments that I distilled from my background work on the paper while I was producing it, so on this paper that's being launched today. Number 1, incorporate the seaweed sector into national development and marine spatial planning, and integrate women specifically, explicitly into that planning. That would involve disaggregating seaweed data by gender. It's not disaggregated by gender, especially in categories like employment, and systematically carrying out gendered analysis. On the production side, promoting and supporting IMTA ventures for women could help improve product quality and environmental sustainability and help diversify incomes. On the policy front, reviewing regulations and policies, including taxation, could help ensure that they actually incentivize women entrepreneurs' entry into the formal sector. Further, phasing out subsidies to terrestrial crops that generate poor nutrition and climate outcomes could free up resources to support the seaweed sector and help accelerate its positive impacts on women's health and livelihoods. 2, incentivize and strengthen women's agency throughout the value chain. That means investing in mechanisms for women producers to organize, which could help women at all levels of the value chain better access finance, technical support, and risk mitigation products. It could help strengthen their negotiating power and help them have more secure marine tenure rights. Reliable and equal internet access is vital. 3, recognize the connection between seaweed, nutrition, and women. Focus on promoting national nutritional education programs that present separately for women, men, and children the potential benefits and risks of consuming seaweed, and on improving the dietary knowledge of food decision makers, again, so often women, especially those with low dietary intake of seaweed. 4, tailor training to women's needs. Specifically, strengthen the technical content and cover basic safety, swimming, and first aid. 5, assure women's safety in the sector. Ensure women have access to proper sanitary facilities, including toilets and showers. Encourage adoption of relevant safety and social responsibility standards. 6, we heard about sargassum blooms. Opportunities, yes, but also they disproportionately impact women, and they're now affecting African seacoasts as well. And it would involve tackling the root cause, which is primarily runoff from terrestrial sources. Finally, 7, create a global research consortium on seaweed that incorporates gender from the outset. That could contribute to improving gender disaggregated seaweed data quality and availability, and support networking opportunities for women scientists. In closing, dealing with the multifaceted challenges of the women's seaweed nexus calls for an integrated approach that recognizes seaweed's importance for women and vice versa, especially women smallholders in developing countries and marginalized coastal communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Very, very nice overview. You can see that this is bigger than what we thought. So now we're going from this general overview to give you a specific example on how to use marine biodiversity, seaweed, and biomass into fighting plastic pollution. I give now the floor to Ho Dan, who is the head of impact of sustainability on NOTPLA, a company trying to make packaging disappear. Welcome, Ho Dan.
Thank you. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to have been invited to participate in the 7th BioTrade Congress. I am here with you today to share perspective from an innovator, NOTPLA, who has pioneered groundbreaking solutions to the global plastic pollution crisis. NOTPLA has harnessed the power of seaweed to create sustainable packaging alternatives, offering a path towards a greener and more sustainable future. Next slide, please. The statistics are alarming. 62% of plastic waste found in the marine environments is attributed to food and beverage packaging, and a staggering 70% of EU citizens have microplastic in their blood due to increasing pollutions of our water, food, and air. At NOTPLA, we bring together an interdisciplinary team of experts in material science, engineering, biology, and biodesign to tackle the plastic pollution problem. Next slide, please. Seaweed, a remarkable natural resource, lies at the heart of our solutions. This versatile and renewable materials is fast-growing, globally abundant, and readily available. Unlike traditional agriculture, it does not compete with food crops for land or require fresh water or fertilizers. Next slide, please. So at NOTPLA, we have developed a portfolio of innovative packaging solutions built on seaweed to replace single-use plastic. From food containers to cutleries and flexible film, these products are made from natural polymers found in seaweed, intended to biodegrade within weeks. They will not leave behind chemical waste like traditional plastic products. Next slide, please. So back in 2019, 40,000 London Marathon runners were handed NOTPLA edible seaweed pouches instead of plastic bottles. Next slide, please. As you can see here, with a food-grade edible product, this has helped to eliminate the need for hundreds of thousands of plastic bottles. To provide you with some context, in the previous year, the London Marathon used over 900,000 plastic bottles in their run. Next slide, please. And moreover, NOTPLA was awarded with the Earthshot Prize, founded by Prince William, in recognition of our potential to scale sustainable solutions to tackle the global plastic crisis. Next slide, please. With our most recent innovations, we set out to tackle hidden plastic lining in our food takeaway boxes. Recycling of these materials had contributed to the release of microplastic particles in our wastewaters. Next slide, please. So, we have created a seaweed coating to replace this plastic lining. And in 2023, I am proud to announce that NOTPLA has displaced over 4 million single-use plastic food boxes in collaboration with some major event organizers, including COP28. Next slide, please. And our impact extends far beyond just our products. By using seaweed as the main ingredient, our materials produce 70% less carbon dioxide emissions than plastic alternatives. This translates to a significant reductions to the environmental footprints of the industry and also setting a new standard for responsible business practices. Next slide, please. And 2024 will be an exciting year in which we will continue to explore the power of seaweed to develop more products such as seaweed cutlery, paper, and flexible film. Next slide, please. And our vision goes beyond our operations. We have established the Natural Polymers Group, a coalition dedicated to advocate for policies and legislations that support natural polymers. We look to engage with more organizations and policymakers to drive the systemic change to promote a future where sustainable materials are the norm, not the exceptions. Next slide, please. And to truly achieve a zero parts plastic in nature, we have outlined 3 key priorities. First of all is to ban avoidable plastics. Secondly, to promote regenerative solutions. And thirdly, to close the gap on the true cost of plastics. In the upcoming UN Plastic Treaty, we advocate for binding targets and timelines for nations to reduce the productions and consumptions of avoidable plastic products. We also need support from policymakers to level the playing field for natural polymers and to close the cost disparity between sustainable alternatives and fossil fuel-based plastics. Next slide, please. No, actually. In closing, our journey is just not about creating sustainable packaging. It's about revolutionizing the way we think about materials and the impact on our planet. By embracing seaweed as a viable alternative to plastic, we hope to demonstrate that innovative solutions can emerge from nature itself, offering a solution that not only protects our oceans and ecosystem, but also to uplift coastal communities and boost ocean diversity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Doan. That's where we brought NOTPLA to show you how diverse, how much value could be added over seaweed, and even can help us to fight the plastic pollution. The terms of plastic alternatives and non-plastic substitutes in the current negotiation of the UN Treaty on Plastic Pollution were proposed by UNCTAD, working with companies and stakeholders like the one you see here. So we're making a change. I would like now to have a video. We will have a video from a colleague from the Caribbean also. It's a wonderful region. Her name is Jean-Yves Remy. She's the director of the Sidrat Rampal Center at the University of West Indies. If we can show the video, please, that would be great. She's going to address us from Barbados, but she's from St. Lucia. So we got all the smart people there. So can we show it on the screen? Jean-Yves Remy video, please. Wonderful, there she is.
Good afternoon. My name is Jani Remy. I'm the director of the Sridhar Rampal Center for International Trade Law Policy and Services at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus in Barbados. It is such a pleasure to be able to address you and participate in the 7th BioTrade Congress. I'm really sorry that I cannot be there with you in person, but I hope you accept these very simple remarks that I hope really bring to the forefront how important projects like these are as opportunities for small island developing states like my own to, one, utilize the ocean, which is a vast area of potential for sustainable commercialization, but also to think about its conservation. Seaweed are really important to both of these, and I want to, in the next 6 or so minutes, explain why it is that there are opportunities to commercialize seaweed and at the same time utilize it for our sustainability, which is becoming an importantly and increasingly core part of even the trade agenda. So climate change, it doesn't need to be repeated, really disproportionately affects Caribbean countries. And one of the ways that it is visibly demonstrating these impacts is through the propagation of one species of seaweed called sargassum. And if you go and visit the Caribbean anytime right now, especially in certain core months, you will find littered around the beaches this ugly brown algae, which is really widely distributed across tropical and temperate oceans and really docks on our sand. This has become a real problem for not just the tourism sector, but also for our fishermen and many of the persons who utilize the sea as a basis for their subsistence as well as for their economic survival. But we have seen in the Caribbean really policymakers, small farmers, entrepreneurs begin to utilize the seaweed as an opportunity, really a case of turning lemons into lemonade. And these are also opportunities for the Caribbean to showcase to the world its entrepreneurial spirit and its creativity. So in the next couple of minutes, I really want to talk about where I see the value lying in the global trading system for seaweed cultivation, export, and production. And then I want to wrap it up with some thoughts that I have as part of a project that I am co-leading and using seaweed as an example of how the trade system needs to accommodate its smallest, like the Caribbean, but also provide opportunities for them in the new sustainability agenda. So we have done a little bit of calculations, and the report that's going to come out from this project, I suspect, is going to provide much needed direction, data, science for us to really utilize and promulgate this sector. But from our very basic sector overview and research so far, we have seen that FAO reports that the seaweed industry provides an opportunity for the production of a wide variety of products, including food products for human consumption, hydrocolloids, fertilizers, and animal feed. And some of the estimates go as high as 5 to 6 billion US dollars a year. Now, I don't know how much of that global market the Caribbean is actually capturing, but we know that there's a growing demand in China, Japan, and Korea for seaweed. And this is something that we would really need to study very, very closely in order to understand potential export markets. Studies have identified, for instance, that it is seaweed that is a rich source of dietary fiber, fatty acids, essential amino acids, and vitamins A, B, C, and E, which would probably classify it with the right marketing as one of these superfoods. And it's therefore a solution to common nutritional deficiencies, particularly for poorer coastal communities. And as we're seeing in some countries, the development increasingly of these food science labs, this development of the seaweed industry can go hand in hand with the development also of our scientific capacity to really be able to zone in on the nutritional value as part of our marketing and branding strategy. CANARI, which is the Caribbean Natural and Resources Institute, is also finding that there's a most widespread use of seaweeds as a basis for food. And if you go in any of the supermarket shelves now, you will actually see that many of the Caribbean islands, and I can say this from St. Lucia, are really going into the export and production of seaweeds. So whether it's in a seaweed liqueur or a sea moss drink, these are really newer areas that are being supported by government and government export agencies. And we can see a lot of value of investment. If we think of industrial policy, this may be an area that we can eventually scale up and be able to export, because seaweed is all over, subject of obviously to proper conservation measures. Now, I mentioned that seaweed is predominantly seen as a food, but the sargassum plague that I described has also been seen as an opportunity for creative entrepreneurs, young creative entrepreneurs, as well as academics, to really utilize it in order to contribute to the fertilizing sector in the Caribbean. So I'm from St. Lucia, and a few years ago, we had a very entrepreneurial young man coming out saying that he could actually find ways of making a fertilizer for export. And these various types of incubator projects have been supported by the government. I also know, because I work at the University of the West Indies, that there are opportunities also for seeing seaweed as a renewable energy source. Like many other SIDS, the Caribbean has committed from switching from fossil fuels to more sustainable sources of energy in order to meet greenhouse gas emission targets and the nationally determined contributions under the UNFCCC. Seaweed is increasingly being seen as a potential source of organic or biofuel, and rated as an opportunity for encouraging the Caribbean to invest in carbon sinks. One example of this creative use of sargassum is in the Caribbean's Rum and Sargassum Incorporated project coming out of Barbados, which was officially launched in June 2023. And it's an 18-month project which aims to provide a biofuel solution to transport and energy needs of Barbados using not just sargassum seaweed and the waste products generated from rum, but it's also an opportunity, I think, for us to think creatively about contributing to the circular economy and the waste economy, and really using these as opportunities to leverage the Caribbean's, again, creativity and its contribution to the loss of biodiversity efforts that are being taken. So not just trade, but also biodiversity. We also see opportunities for seaweed farming from carbon sequestration and nitrogen cycling. The strongly autotrophic seaweed population around the world takes up about 1,500 million tons of carbon per year through net production, making seaweed harvesting from both wild stocks and aquaculture a proven approach for removing CO2 emissions from the atmosphere. And when we think again about the Caribbean investing much more in these types of projects, that it can use carbon sinks in the region as a basis for carbon trading, this is another area that we believe is an opportunity. Now, I mentioned before that I'm part of a global project that's really looking at how do we make the global trading system more sustainable. And over the past 2 years, we engage in very specific global workshops looking at key areas where we see the trade and sustainability interface having the most potential for leverage, but also for redress and reform. And one of the areas that we looked at as points of leverage for small island developing states is the blue economy. This seaweed project perhaps could be a poster child for our project, because in the end, it brings together a lot of the things that we think represent the problems with the current trade system, but also the opportunities. So one of the areas that is key for seaweed and any other type of biotrade sector is standards. We need to get to a place in the international global system where standards and standard making is inclusive, is green, and ultimately provides opportunities for the poorest countries and the most marginalized countries. Seaweed is an opportunity for our smaller countries to involve themselves in the production of the standards that are going to impact their access into bigger countries where the consumer demand is largest. As a superfood, we still need to be able to market it as such. Our science has to meet the labels, has to ultimately meet the standards and requirements of these countries. So we need to make sure that our seaweed production is in line with some of these standards, and they may vary across the world. And one approach would be to ensure that there are common standards. So when we encourage our people, our entrepreneurs to meet these standards in one market, it can automatically be valid for other markets. We also see seaweed as an opportunity for more inclusive trade. This is a buzzword in the trade world now. How do we get marginalized communities, MSMEs, small entrepreneurs, women, indigenous communities, many of which are closest to these natural resources, to be part of the conversation and represented in the discussions in Geneva and in other places where rules are being made, but also part of the economy of the new sustainability agenda. And we see that women play a very pivotal role, and I'm really looking forward to hearing some of the studies coming out of UNCTAD that give us numbers and opportunities for increasing the numbers of women who are involved in that trade. And I also think this is an opportunity to contribute, as we mentioned before, to the circular economy. How do we ensure that waste is not just gotten rid of, but actually reinserted and reutilized in order to bring value? So we gave the example, for instance, of the biofuel and the sargassum and rum project that is currently being housed at the university and being incubated. All of these are areas for potential leverage that the seaweed project is going to bring to the fore. So I'm going to end there and say that I see this as an absolute winner. I see it from our point of view as academics, but also as persons involved in the Remaking Trade project, as an opportunity for us to really get more countries involved, but also for them to benefit from their own natural resources and for them to meet their climate targets. So well done. I really wish that I could have been there with you, and I wish you luck in the discussions that will surely follow these presentations. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, and Eve. We close this video, and I have to announce 2 surprises this afternoon. Okay, we're going to try to wake you up. The first one, we're going to bring you to the Caribbean. Not only to wonderful Caribbean speakers, we're going there. So please show the video of Blue BioTrade on Queen Conch, which was the predecessor of this project on seaweed. And after, I have another surprise coming from Africa. So we are going to have fun. Be ready to dance calypso.
The iconic sound of the Queen Conch signals many things across the Caribbean. For some, particularly in the OECS territories of Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it is the call of opportunity.
You could pay your bills, feed your family.
My dad, that is what he does up to this day, and send all of us to school, and even grandchildren now is going to school from that industry as well.
In October 2020, the OECS, in collaboration with the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development and CITES, launched the Blue BioTrade project. It was financed by the European Union through the RIGHT program.
I want to situate this in the context of the OECS Commission's work plan. Our strategic work plan for this triennium includes a strategic objective of reinventing our economy in the context of the devastation to our economies caused by the pandemic and all climate change and all the other crises that we have been assaulted by.
The Blue BioTrade project aims to empower fishers and small-scale coastal operators from Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines to produce and trade Queen Conch responsibly.
We need to understand that in biodiversity, sustainability is important so that those benefiting from the activity or in the activity can continue doing that for generations.
The Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, popularly known as CITES, provides guidance on the sustainable management of this invaluable resource.
In terms of conch, once you're exporting the meat, you would require a CITES permit from St. Lucia. If you are importing it, you would require a CITES permit from the country of origin.
The 3 pillars of CITES is to ensure that international trade in CITES-listed species is legal, sustainable, and traceable.
The information gathered through Phase 1 of the Blue BioTrade project is being studied and incorporated into an action plan for the advancement of the Queen Conch industry. Key to future success is an ongoing stock assessment to determine what corrective measures need to be implemented.
What we're seeing with the fishers that were interviewed so far is that they're having to go deeper and deeper and on longer dives to catch the same amount of conch.
Most times about 80 to 100 feet, but there are places where that you have to go to about 115, 120 feet sometimes.
We know that we have been seeing some degradation
in the habitats?
The silt from development on land affects the grass, the seagrass, which they live on.
Presently, the queen conch is also under threat due to issues such as overfishing and climate change. The queen conch is widely regarded as a delicacy, and many believe there is potential to explore new ways of enjoying the seafood regionally and internationally.
Every part of the conch can be used. The shell can be used for ornaments, to make beads.
It can be used to make carbon neutral cement. It also can be used to make artificial reefs.
I had called far as India. They make buttons and necklaces.
In 2020, conch made up 62.7% of St. Vincent's exported fish and fish products.
We ship, as I mentioned, to Dubai.
Our main markets is in the US. We move anywhere from 5 to 10,000 pounds by monthly.
In Miami presently, a pound of conch is $30 US.
We are actually stepping into not unknown territory, because for years fisher folk have done their thing, but moving it to a new level of sophistication, a new level of value, and a new level of prosperity.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed. We're going to close this panel. Ambassador Murdoch, thank you for your time, your wisdom, sharing your time with us. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Nicola. I'm going to call now the next surprise. Please, I would like to invite to the podium Ambassador Josefa Leonel Correia Sacco, who is Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture of the African Union Commission. So we're moving from the Caribbean to Africa, and we're bringing one of the local women leaders to tell us about biodiversity in Africa. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you very much. Now we have the second surprise. Our wonderful commissioner here. Again, she's going to bring us a very different perspective from a very different region that we also care, Africa. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator, the master of the ceremony, for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, every one of you, excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol duly observed. On behalf of the African Union Commission, I would like to thank UNCTAD and all the partners that organize this important event, which is the 7th BioTrade Congress, addressing the issues of global governance and trade and biodiversity. My presentation will be more focused on biodiversity, as you are all aware that Africa is endowed with a lot of biodiversity, so it is important for us. We are really following all these issues, boost the biodiversity in terms of the land and the water, because the blue economy is also a core for this continent. We have about 38 countries who are coastal on the continent and 6 islands on the continent. So it's a blue economy. It's also very, very, very important for us. So it aligns with the former panel that we're talking about how to unlock the potential of our oceans and seas so that we can improve the livelihood of those communities and reduce poverty and malnutrition and hunger on the continent. So as we are all aware, we know that biodiversity is our natural capital and our health, wealth that serves as a backbone of our trade, pharmaceutical, and tourism industry. Those three issues are very important. That's why we have to value this trade of BioTrade and really commend the organizer of this initiative for BioTrade. There is a lot of potential. If we come together, I'm sure we can do a lot on this thematic. Let me share with you some statistics of the African endowed biodiversity. There are studies that indicate that Africa has about 500,000 to 773,000 of plant species, 1,100 mammals, and an estimated 3,000 to 5,500 freshwater fish, and 2,100 reptile species, according to studies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, although we recognize that the trade does not benefit local community and the benefit are skewed towards certain region. We know that we have a fishery piracy when we talk about the blue economy. So all these, we are losing a lot with this piracy. That's why at the African Union Commission, when we endorsed the strategy of a blue economy, we created some how do you call it? We created special zones where we can really control all issues of piracy and also the preservation of our ocean. So we have some centers of excellence in each of the 5 regions that we have on the continent. We are already working on that so that we can reduce the rate of piracy, and we can also try to empower women, because we know that 30% on the value chain, when you talk about distribution, is women that do it. In my country, I'm from Angola. I know that the majority of women, they don't go for fishing, but they are the one that do the trade on fish. In my country, in the morning when you're waking up, they're passing through the street and trying to sell those fish, because at 5 a.m. they go to the sea, they collect the fish, and then they go all the areas doing their marketing, the informal trade on these issues, and that's their livelihood for them to really cater for their families and communities. So it's very important that we should really address all these things. We are also aware of the fundamental threats to Africa's biodiversity, which includes climate change and unsustainable utilization, among others. According to the 6th IPCC assessment report of 2022, which we are all familiar, I'm just trying to really emphasize or reiterate this IPCC 2026 about the impact of climate change globally. Africa is warming much faster than other regions and confirms the magnitude and the extent of focal extinction of various species predicted across Africa, which will increase substantially with over 0.5 degrees Celsius increase above current level of the global warming that we are facing. Already, Africa is witnessing declining yield of major crops such as maize, drying wetland, which has a hotspot for biodiversity, especially in arid land, and increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. This present risk of increased food, water, the triple planetary crisis, food, water, and energy insecurity, loss of natural and cultural heritage, reduce economic output, and increase poverty on the continent. Africa being the most rapid urbanizing region globally, with 43% of its population living in cities, and projected to transition to a majority urban population in 2030, and a 60% urban population is foreseen by 2050. The continent will put more pressure on rural areas to feed these cities. There are those who fear that indigenous and local community are likely to drive biodiversity to extinction due to the effect of poverty, because they depend on it and they are going to put more pressure on the biodiversity. Our other version, we say, to the contrary, they are the same people who have coexisted with nature for millennia. This is because their consumption pattern have been sustainable, as they know that biodiversity is their heritage and they have no option but to use the biodiversity sustainably. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, allow me to submit to you that depletion of biodiversity in Africa is driven by greed, external forces, commercialization, and trade. It is not a secret that Africa is losing tons and tons of timber. We all know about it. Tons and tons of timber every day due to illegal harvesting and trade, and the same applies to endangered species of the wildlife. It is for this reason that the African Union Commission has put in place various continental framework to close these gaps and in order to protect our biodiversity. In order to protect our diversity. So those tools are the African strategy to combat illegal exploitation and illegal trade in wild fauna and flora. We are really combating it in Africa, mostly in the southern region of Africa. We are really mostly the elephants, because the way that we are trading the elephant, we are combating, and we have this tool. So we are appealing our member states to start compiling with it so that we can stop and protect those wild faunas and flora on the continent. We're also looking at the sustainable forest management framework. Like I say, every day there are tons of trees that have been just cut for illegal trade purpose, that we are trying to really have, make sure that we are going to regulate all this type of afforestation and deforestation on our continent. The African we also, immediately after the COP15 in Montreal in 2022, we were able to build the African Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan that we have 4 pillars on this tool. The first pillar is sustainable use and benefit sharing from biological and genetic resources. The second is strengthening biodiversity governance and practices. The third, sectoral mainstreaming and integration of ecosystem-based approach, and the last is increasing financing for African biodiversity. We have a challenge in everywhere, even concerning the climate change. We don't have access as a continent to finance in order to go and implement our NDCs that we presented during the Paris Agreement. This strategy encompasses if we apply it, the strategy will encompass the engagement of indigenous people and local community, the promotion of sustainable livelihoods, and imperative of sustainable use, and pressing matters of access and benefit sharing in order to incentivize conservation and biological diversity. Another solution is therefore, what are the solutions after this? The solutions are, first of, therefore, the safeguard biodiversity in Africa. There is need for fair trade that benefit indigenous and local people living with the biodiversity. There is also a case for enhancing BioTrade as a viable approach to complement or replace agriculture to make rural areas more resilient, in particular where climate change leads to the decrease or loss of agricultural production. Two, we ought to foster the sustainable use of biological and genetics resources for the benefit of the African population through sustainable upscaling of existing export value chain such as baobab and the seeds. Last, Africa needs to develop new ingredients. As we saw the way the Caribbean had developing the new ingredient, Africa needs to develop new ingredients and products based on research and development. It was also said in the previous panel on Africa biodiversity to satisfy the global interest, increased consumers' demand for natural and health products. Finally, there is need to factor in natural capital accounting so that we understand the cost of the utilization of biodiversity. I thank you, I submit, and I wish you a very fruitful Congress. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador. Let me tell you, Ambassador was reading from her own notes. This is her heart speaking to us today. So it's very important. And three key messages, let's fight illegal trade of biodiversity, let's fight piracy. Second message, we cannot hold biodiversity loss if we don't fight poverty. And finally, innovation, new products, new ingredients is a way out to diversify Africa's economy and get traditional knowledge richness into the products we produce and trade. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now that we have you here, I think it's a wonderful opportunity for all our audience to interact with you. If you don't mind, I would love to ask for, questions or comments to you. Please, the floor is open. You don't have all days a commissioner of the African community here, so please welcome any comment or questions you may have. Please raise your hand. Brazil.
Good afternoon, Ambassador. I just have a very quick question related to what you mentioned about finance for the financing the difficulty of finance everything related not only to the environmental but also the initiatives related to biodiversity. I would like you, if possible, to elaborate a little bit more in the difficulties you face, especially the African countries, and because it's one of the main topics that we have been discussing here in the UNCTAD, the difficulty to have access to mechanisms of finance mechanisms and how it can be addressed in your opinion. Thank you.
Before it comes, I have the delegate of Togo. Merci de prendre la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much. I use the occasion to congratulate you all, especially Madam, the responsible of the Commissioner of Africa, and I congratulate Madam who speak about les algues. This is an important lesson we have learned today, especially for me. I approve the idea and the recommendation that we can't protect environment and biosystem without fighting against poverty. If I take person coming from my village, suppose he don't have to eat, and he have opportunity to cut a tree, to sell, to have money and to eat. Yes, this is a problem. But we know our countries, our government are doing their best. So you must know that they have sometimes problems of their debt. And now I think this is an opportunity to put some ideas, to propose a solution, what we call in French, une approche holistique. I'm poor in English, please. In approach holistic, so we can solve problem. But there is another problem I see. To succeed, you have to fight seriously against corruption. This is my last job when I was in my country. But there is a mitigation between those in charge of fighting against, for protecting environment protection and fighting against corruption. I think this is a huge distinction you have to do. You can't be the same person or the same structure who is fighting against for protection environment and fighting against corruption in the environment way. This is what we call in French cumul de tâches incompatibles. So we think you, African responsibility, you have to help us to do this cut, separate. And so the government is at the head. The system is going to be, I think, very good for the human being and for the protection of all over the world. I used to say that the world is wide. Our country is Togo. Our head of state is doing his best, but if those don't, some countries don't do, all the efforts are going to be low. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and God bless you. God bless Switzerland for that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. God bless us all. I have Ambassador Murdoch from the OECS who would like to make a point. Ambassador, welcome.
Commissioner, muito obrigado. Thank you very much for your presentation, excellent presentation. I simply want to promote inter-regional cooperation between Africa and the Caribbean. We know that it is taking place in other areas. We have the initiative of the Africa Exim Bank and the member states of CARICOM. And in this area of biotrade, I would like to propose interregional cooperation between the member states of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States and those countries in Africa which are developing the biotrade sector. I think we have a lot to learn from each other. I think interregional cooperation can generate even more commercially. And this is the proposal that I would like to put on the table. Very simple, that we increase and strengthen interregional cooperation between Africa and the Caribbean in the biotrade sector. Obrigado.
Thank you, Ambassador. Wonderful point. It's just to recall that UNCTAD has the only interregional trade agreement that we have at hand, the global system of trade preferences among developing countries. So South-South is always welcome and can be done here because we have a waiver under the WTO, so we can agree in this hall and in this institution. With the help of the African Union, the OECS, and the ACP group, we can build bridges. So this is wonderful. I just take another final question. Sorry, Ambassador, if I'm trying to cluster everybody. We're against the time. Nicola Dreyer from the Global Seaweed Coalition. I think she will love us to make some questions. Nicola.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It was great to hear everything that the African Union is doing. And inspired by Ambassador Murdoch's intervention, as I speak here today on behalf of the Global Seaweed Coalition, there's great interest in development of the seaweed sector on the African continent. So I am not speaking out of turn when I say that I am sure that the Global Seaweed Coalition would love to work with you and your teams on finding the most opportune opportunities, if I can mangle the words a bit. And that would include perhaps working with the trade teams to help to get the intra-regional trade on seaweed better registered in the African Continental Free Trade database, which right now it is, to the best of my knowledge, it's not. But thank you very much again for the important work that you're doing and for the potential that the sector has on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Ambassador, you have 2 questions and comments on challenges and 2 on opportunities, so very balanced. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for giving me the floor. Let me start with my dear brother from Brazil. I got your concern is more about the financing, and this is really a real concern about us in Africa. Just to say that we, since the Paris Agreement, at least 38 countries in Africa submitted their NDCs. Up to now, I don't think more than 5% of what we're supposed to get. You know, we just got more 5% only access to the finance. What are the difficulties? One of the difficulties, they tell us that we don't have the capacity to elaborate bankable projects. We don't have capacity to elaborate bankable projects. So at the Commission, the answer is that we have got some funding from Afrexim Bank to assist us with experts, to assist us in supporting our member states to have this bankable project so that we can submit it in a GCA or the Global Fund for Environment, so where we can submit. But we are not really satisfied the way the flow of access to the finance is being done, because we know the problem and we know the solution. But the problem is that really the finance. That is why we really had a milestone during our first inaugural African Climate Change Summit. That was the first time we did it last year in Nairobi, and we came out with a very bold and substantive declaration, which is the Nairobi Leaders Declaration of Climate Change. And we believe that with all those game-changing, 46 game-changing, we should be able to really have access to this finance, because we are proposing 2 things: the green growth in one side, and the second one, access a proper mechanism for us to have access to finance. So we are working on that, and we are even asking, you know, the new architecture of all these international financial institutions that academic. We consider it that is out of way, because when they were created, that was just immediately after the Second World War, and at that period, we cannot contextualize it with today, because all our countries in Africa were not independent, so we are not on the table to defend our own interests. We're out, and it was the colonial governments that were doing their own agenda. So this agenda today is no longer, it should not be tabled. We have to start sitting and looking, because Africa has 1.4 billion people. So this is a huge population that we have to sit on the board, and we have to have access to this international financing institution. This is really what we are going through, and through our leadership, which is President Ruto, who is the chair of, we have a committee in African Union, we have a committee of head of state on climate change, and it's been chaired by President Ruto, so we are pushing this agenda. And secondly, is a good question from Brazil, because Brazil has the presidency of the G20, and Africa is now member of the G20. This is one of the agenda. President Lula was there last month when we had the summit, the African summit, and we told him that we are going to table it as one of their priority. Today, climate change is a global issue, and if we want to go further, we should go quickly, because if we look at the example of COVID-19 pandemic, everybody we came together because it is a global pandemic, and we try to solve it. Why can't we solve the issues of climate change? Because in Africa, every day we have a calamity. Every day we have an issue with this climate disease, and we are the less polluted. But We are carrying on this journey because we want a clean planet for all of us. So I think we count a lot with your presidency so that we can keep on, looking at this issue of access to finance. The second one is on Togo. The question on Togo to really have an holistic, we raised here some challenges, fighting against corruption. And if you're fighting against corruption, how can you preserve this thing? So we have to have neutral people. We are the African Union. We are looking at it. Let everybody be on board. Let all the stakeholders on these issues of climate change be on board, and let us select the right people to really maintain. But you are also right, because you cannot tell me that like a country like Angola, that we have fuel or fuel energy, and then Nigeria, Gabon, Cameroon, we have it as one of our natural resources. You cannot tell me from today, tomorrow, don't use fossil, because who is going to give us money to develop? When we go and ask for the development debt, they don't want to give us. So if we have our own natural resources, I think that's a moment for us also to capitalize on what we have and do what we have. Because when here in the north, when you industrialize, we were not around. So allow us to go also to create industries, create development in our continent, but in a very, very, very responsible and sustainable manner. If to us is even good, because from your lessons, we will not repeat it. We will go to clean innovation, technology. So to us is really a way forward. So going to my dear brother of OECO, it's true. We have already started engaging with the Caribbean and the South-South under the South-South collaboration cooperation. All of us. I was even 2 years ago. I was in Colombia. I was in Colombia for this CARICON. I attended some type of collaboration, and ACP also in Brussels. We are working together to see how we can all work together on this platform of BioTrade, because there's a lot of things for us to really get advantage on it. I'm just coming from Cape Verde. I went for the side conference. So those are they are worried about how they've been affected by the triple planetary crisis, and what is the way forward we can go. So I went there for a very good conference, annual conference on policies, external policies on these issues of blue economy and all the matters we are talking about, BioTrade. We also agreed that we can walk through because my department today is also the department we are in charge. We have a directorate on blue economy. So under the blue economy agenda, I think we can work together with UNTAD, all of us. We can work together because we really need this type of expertise. We saw a lot of experience here, and it can help our small island states. And also we during the, I think, Marrakech COP22, we created 3 structures to respond, to implement our NDCs. So we have the climate commission for the islands. So all the islands are there. So I think through this mechanism that we already have in Africa, we can start cooperating under the auspices of UNTAD. I think that's the way forward. So the last one is the Seaweeds Coalition. I think it's very important that we exchange our experience, mostly your experience. I saw something like that in Seychelles. Seychelles have started working on that, but I think all the islands, they're also supposed to go to this coalition. Pushing women is my passion also as women. Even in agriculture, I've been doing women empowerment so that we can remove the handhold for women, all this drudgery, and start mechanizing the agriculture for women, because 80% of African eats on the table is being done by the women. So women empowerment is the way forward. Thank you.
In absolute agreement, Ambassador. I think we're going to stop now. Thank you, Ambassador, for accompanying you. A little present of the recent seaweed publication. We will have now coffee outside. We will have a 15-minute break. I apologize for some little delay. We will have the session led by the ITC with the Vice Minister of Indonesia. So we haven't forgotten you. It's just a matter of managing the time and expectations. So a little break. It's 15 minutes, but do 15 minutes super sharp, please, and come back for the next session led by our colleagues from the International Trade Center and with wonderful speakers. Thank you, Ambassador, for your time. It's a real honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You need me, you just call me. Con gusto. Día en Bogotá. Soy venezolano, pero hace un par de, unos 30 años. I would like to call people to please sit. We're going to start the next session, please. Lorena, moderator. Where is Lorena? Who's going to chair? Lorena? Vanessa. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. It's off now.
Yes, I'm going to do it now. Good afternoon. Please, we're going to welcome you to the next session. Please have a seat. We will have now the session on socioeconomy and trade, contributions for a just transition. So we're moving from biodiversity to climate change. I will leave the floor when ready to Mrs. Vanessa Erobogogbo. She's a Deputy Executive Director of the ITC, International Trade Center, no? Chief of Green Inclusive Energy, even better. So then, Vanessa, it's lovely to have you here. You are in charge as always. Welcome.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you also for the promotion. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a pleasure to be here. My name, as my colleague David has said, is Vanessa Erokbogbo, and I'm the Chief of the Green and Inclusive Value Chain section at the International Trade Center. I'm really pleased to be your moderator for this plenary panel and would like to start by thanking our friends at UNCTAD for the opportunity to be part of this. So in this session, we're going to explore the role of social bioeconomy and trade and the role that it can play in supporting just transition pathways. And hopefully, actually, I'm sure, knowing the speakers we have, we're going to have some interesting case studies. We'll get a better understanding of the challenges, and we'll be able to identify some of the key enabling factors for leveraging bioeconomy and trade models to advance on a just transition pathway. And this is important because the nature crisis is a multi-level crisis. It impacts food security, and it's inextricably linked with the climate crisis, with human security, and with economic development. Over half the world's GDP, 44 trillion of economic generation, is moderately or highly dependent on nature and its services, and as a result, exposed to risks from biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation. And the Global South contains most of the world's biodiversity, which provides good opportunities for local socioeconomic development through social bioeconomy models based on sustainable management and production strategies that reconcile biodiversity conservation and socio-economic development, especially within developing countries and countries with significant biodiversity. The bio-socio-economy offers a path to better livelihoods whilst preserving native flora and fauna. And at a moment when there's so much talk about the low carbon transition, we have to remember that these are two sides of the same coin, nature and the low carbon transition. So with that, we're going to kick off the discussion. I will like to invite our keynote speaker for this afternoon, His Excellence Dr. Alu Dohong. He's the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry from Indonesia. He'll deliver a keynote speech. He is an illustrious speaker. He's received numerous awards, including the Wetlands International President's Medal for Staff Excellence, the Australia Awards Indonesia Alumnus of the Year in recognition of his leadership and ongoing commitment to environmental sustainability in Indonesia, and the International Alumnus of the Year for outstanding contributions to the protection of threatened ecosystems. Vice Minister, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, for giving me the floor and also introduction about myself. I'm so proud of that, and thank you so much. And distinguished speaker and participant, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of us. And first of all, I sincere thanks to the organizer for allowing me to deliver a keynote address on this session entitled Socio-Bioeconomy and Trade Contribution for Just Transition in the sideline of the 7th BioTrade Congress this year. As we gather here for the 7th BioTrade Congress, we are confronted with the three interrelated planetary crises, namely climate change, pollution, and the loss of biodiversity. The ultimate consequences of these issues reveal the atmospheric damage manifested through the loss of biodiversity, severe pollution, and the resultant atmospheric degradation marked by a global increase in the GHG emission amplifying climate change. As one of the countries blessed with extensive tropical rainforests, rich biodiversity, gigantic carbon stock values, and abundant green energy and mineral resources, Indonesia strongly committed to play significant roles in addressing this triple crisis. Of course, in this particular session, my address actually stressed more on the forestry sector. So forests, as we know, offer a wide array of advantages, which entails environmental, economic, and social aspect. These benefits encompass both timber, non-timber forest products, along with environmental services that are essential for humanity and other living things. Sometimes I just stress that we are not just look after forests, for example, just for timber and non-timber forest product, but we actually look after the whole ecosystem services that offer by the forest ecosystem, not only for local, national, regional, but also for the globals. But in the trade system, in the economic system, these ecosystem services being not fully recognized, right, through the market system. So we just neglected so many ecosystem services, including in this cases like carbon, you mentioned that, with the current carbon trading mechanism, with the current REDD plus mechanism, still not really enough, to compete with other land users activities. Second, about biodiversity issues. We try, in Indonesia in particular, we use this biodiversity as a new devices, new vehicles for the next green and bioeconomy backbones. But how we can create these values, right? Sometimes I go question from my colleague from overseas, how you can values orangutan, for example. Whether we just wait how many kilos of the orangutan and put the price based on the meat price, for example. I said that not proper valuation system, right? We can recognize the role of orangutan, for example, in order to deliver ecosystem healthy, to deliver as a dispersal seeds agents in the forest, and maybe they can plant that forest more successful compared to the human, right? So we have to recognize that values. So these are our challenge, right, in terms of biodiversity, timber, carbon, and so on. So again, I need to stress here that along with the crucial environmental services and that forest offer to the humanity and other living things, we have to again to recognize that not only in terms of market but also non-market scheme. In order to, in addition to the roles in supporting biodiversity, forests also serve as again as a guardian of the ecosystem services and function. So we all know that forests also contribute significantly of safeguarding our climate system, ensuring provision of clean water, play a vital roles and purification of water and soil. Just give you a perspective. Indonesia has 24 million of hydrological unit of peatland. Based on scientific research, this 24 million hectares of peatland actually reserve or contain between 38 up to 55 billion ton of carbon in our peatland ecosystem. Huge, right? Even bigger than if we address to 1.5 Celsius, a degree Celsius to address the Paris Agreement. Even this value is bigger than that, right? And in mangrove, for example, we have 3.36 million hectares of mangrove. It's contained around more than 3 billion of carbon within this ecosystem. But how we can value this, right? Everyone will talk about avoiding deforestation, create, what we call that zero emission of the trade system and so on. But we fail to recognize this, You can imagine with the price, for example, from REDD Plus that we receive through the, we call it result-based payment, just $5 per ton, for example, out of our successful of reducing emission from REDD Plus. This far below, compared to our investment to protect that, to do a maintenance of our forest, to safeguarding our local people. So how we can do this in fair treatment, right? Through the market system, for example, if we talk to me, it's untouched, only talking about the physically product of the timber and non-timber, right? But also we have to talk about, for example, the carbon trading in the forestry sector and so on in the pictures. This is a new device for the green economy or backbone of bioeconomy and so on. So again, in our context, Indonesian context, forestry sector plays pivotal roles in accelerating development by driving the wheels of the community's economy, but also the national economy. And because forests, as I said earlier, create a potential benefit generating from not only timber and timber forest product, but from ecotourism, from biodiversity, and other environmental services, and including to secure our national food security. And ladies and gentlemen, specifically regarding biodiversity, right? Indonesia, for the views that, for example, Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework as a collective global aspiration goals and therefore should be implemented in social, economically, and environmentally sustainable manners. During the COP15 of the CBD in Montreal 2 years ago, apart from agreement on the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, one of the decision actually resource mobilization. It agreed, I mean, it has been agreed during the COP when I was acting as the Indonesian head of delegation for the convention, for the conference of the parties. And it is agreed that we have to provide, especially to be honest, developed countries to provide between 25 billion US dollar per year up to 2025 and become 30 billion US dollar per year up to 2030 in order to fund this Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And now already been 2 years, right? And as far as I know, at the moment for the first and second years, we just managed to collect maybe less than 200 million US dollar to fund this KMGBF, right? This KMGBF is extremely important, this fund, right? For the mega diverse countries like Indonesia, Brazil, and the others, right? Because resource mobilization is a key issue, right? To drive this Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And I've been discussed with David Coover, the acting Secretary General of the CBD Convention, as well as CEO of the GF, Carlos. And I suggest them a couple of meetings with them to speed up the dialogues between mega biodiverse countries, small island state, and other less developed countries to have a dialogue with the developed countries, how we can foster this. This is very important for the mega biodiverse countries, you know. Otherwise, that Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity not gonna successful in its implementation in the near futures. So we need to have something that very important for that. And in Indonesia, actually, we try to be a lead by example, we call it. So currently, through, for example, Presidential Instruction Number 1, 2023, the government of Indonesia tried to mainstream the issues of biodiversity into the national, subnational, and sectoral planning and program. So that's very important to recognize this kind of biodiversity into the sectoral and development plannings. So in order to, again, to see this biodiversity as a new vehicles for the blue economy, bioeconomy in the futures. And but also I need to remind us here, the use of biodiversity has emerged as one of the most important factors for sustainable future for the next generation. But again, through the biotechnology and bioresources model developed in order to utilize that biodiversity, it showed that many industrialized countries, due to their academic capacity, technology infrastructure, and financial resources, dominates the main industries and transforming the biodiversity resources without adequate permit an event without providing benefits to the local community from having, for example, traditional knowledge related to genetic resources. So the second thing that Indonesia currently developed is we call it an access and benefits sharing national regulation. It's part of the Nagoya Protocol implementation because many of our flora, fauna is actually used in the commercial global industries, but we receive very lacks of, benefit sharing out of it, that you want to do that in the futures. So if I talk about resource mobilization from developed countries, for example, not only what we call it, not only money, but technology, capacity building, and so on, that we have to share equally in order to make this biodiversity as a source of new bioeconomy vehicles. Technology and advanced commercialization of biological natural resources. We hope that roles of local commodities and traditional knowledge of genetic resources can be recognized so that the local communities gain the benefits out of the biodiversity utilization. And with the social bioeconomy biodiversity utilization, we have also need to implement the principle of precautionary principle in accordance to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework goals and principle. So again, in these particular opportunities, I encourage and remind all of us that every partnership and cooperation must be based on fairness with no coercion or imposition of unfair burdens on developing countries, especially mega biodiverse countries. So I hope later on in the future, UNCTAD can see this kind of facilitating, between developing countries, mega biodiverse countries, small island state with this kind of developed countries, how we can make this more fairness, in terms of benefit sharing of the biodiversity. I try to make it more relaxed. Sorry. Yeah. And yeah, one thing that I also particularly mentioned, the lesson learned from Indonesia, actually we call it social forestry system. In the social forestry system, we give access legal to the communities group to manage forest sector, not only for utilize the timber and non-timber forest product, but also for other ecosystem services. They can develop ecotourism. They can develop later on, if possible, trading of the carbon they sequester into the ecosystem through the agroforestry system, and also, if possible, later on through the biodiversity issues. So up to now, we already given more than 6 million hectares of a forestry sector under the social forestry scheme in Indonesia. This engaged more about 1.2 million people across the country. Yeah. It's one of the vehicles that we promote at the moment in other, again, how to engage community and the grassroots. To conclude my speech, this is the last one. I sincerely hope that these activities, program, policy, effort that I just mentioned earlier, can be served as example of demonstrating our commitment together. Together, we possess the potential of make substantial and meaningful contribution to ensure the sustainability of the world biodiversity, and also toward the green trade mechanism, fair trade mechanism. So I do hope this Congress, especially this session, can produce more yield strategic recommendation and program that we can work together in the futures. I think that's fair. And thanks all for your kind attention. And I do apologize if I mention something that not really, give a pressure to the other countries. But to me, it's this a good opportunity to share that. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very, very much, Vice Minister. That was such an inspiring speech. You put your finger really on the challenges, but you also gave some very tangible ideas that countries can learn from the experience of Indonesia. And, just because of time, I'll just pick up on a couple of things that really struck me. One was this, we really need to get better at thinking about how to monetize, recognize all these important assets, because these are really incredibly rich assets that countries like Indonesia and other similar countries have. And the second point that I wanted to leave was also, the issue of equity and making sure, where the benefits harnessed go. When I go back in history and think about how commodity value chains developed, the importance of avoiding that trap where there's so little value add in the countries of origin. And then finally, this was a really interesting model that you discussed, the social forestry system. This is something that I'm sure we'll capture in the notes and be able to share. So thank you very much, Vice Minister, on behalf of UNCTAD and ITC for joining this session.
Thanks a lot, yeah? Thanks. Thank you. I'll be in touch with you. I give you a text you.
Okay, with that, let's move on to the panel. And I invite our distinguished speakers to join me up here on the stage. And as you come up, I will introduce you just so that we can catch up with time a little bit. So Ana Margarida Castroyula, she's the Business Executive Director at the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation, Embrapa, and she's worked in the Amazon rainforest for over 20 years with some experience in Africa. She has extensive qualifications, including a PhD in environmental and forestry sciences from the Yokohama National University. Maybe later you can tell me how you ended up there, Anna. And amongst other experiences, she's coordinated WWF Southwest Amazon program and was the director president of Amapa's State Forest Institute for a number of years. Christoph Ernst is a senior economist, lead of the investment sectoral strategies and transitions team in DevInvest, the employment department at the International Labour Organization. Christoph is a senior economist. He has held previous assignments with ILO in different areas, including social protection, working conditions, employment analysis. He has field experience with ILO and with other UN agencies as well, and a large record of international publications. And finally, let me introduce Joyce Brandao. She's a social environmental practitioner and researcher. She's with the Department of Geography at the University of Cambridge. She has a solid background in rural development and sustainable value chains, and amongst other things, has managed ground and policy-based innovative projects related to multi-stakeholder partnerships. Her PhD that she's currently in the middle of is focused on understanding how political, economic, and institutional conditions have potentially enabled or constrained forest-focused policies in the agri-food supply chain in the Amazon and Cerrado, which is the Brazilian savanna biomes. So we're going to do a bit of a conversation, maybe 3 to 4 minutes for each answer. And it's my hope that we have some time to take some questions from the floor and from online. I'm going to start immediately here with Anna to kick us off, to start really from the ABCs and 101s by unpacking the concept of social bioeconomy, what's it about, and how can the bioeconomy models foster socioeconomic development locally, something that the minister highlighted very much. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. I would like to thank the whole team of ITC UNCTAD for this great opportunity. I'm Ana Euler, I'm from Embrapa. And for the ones that don't know, Embrapa is a Brazilian agriculture research corporation, just turned 50 years last year. And the history of Embrapa is pretty much attached to the history, we say, of the Brazilian agriculture revolution. So in the 70s, the Brazilian government took a decision to really invest in science in order to upscale our agriculture production. We were importers, and in 30 years, we became one of the top countries in food exports. So I would say that the pillars for that were political will that were reflected in important public policies, support to capacity building. Over 2,000 researchers were sent abroad to do PhDs and postdoc, and of course the partnership with the private sector, with the production sector to really answer the different realities that we have in Brazil. And why we are talking about it? Because there was a political decision to change. And this year, Brazil just welcomes and brings bioeconomy as one initiative for the G20. So we see that there is this political will, and we think that this is really a great opportunity, a window of opportunity to put bioeconomy in the center of the G20 and in the world agenda. But when we call like bioeconomy or social bioeconomy, what we are talking about, it's important to say that the new bioeconomy is not only about replacing fossil fuel by renewable natural resource. We have to take into account really tackling biodiversity conservation and tackling also ending the regional inequalities. So in Embrapa, we work with the biodiversity concept and in different areas of the bioeconomy, but I would like to talk about what we consider social bioeconomy. So are the economies not only one model of economy, but economies based on the sustainable use of biodiversity resources by local communities, with their use of traditional knowledge applied to producing and management systems. But important to say, what is the difference from the past? With aggregation of value and access to different markets. So this is very important. They should necessarily be the result of the leading role of family farmers, indigenous people, traditional communities in managing the resources and assessing this market with various effects and various and virtuous effects on local and regional development based on inclusion, on equity, on social justice, and in environmental conservation. So we think that the pillars of social bioeconomy are the support to sustainable production system that differ from the different Brazilian biomes, also evaluating the local knowledge, of course, guaranteeing something that was mentioned here several times, that's the benefit share in the national and international markets. Of course, promote food security and sovereignty, and reducing regional inequalities. And to end my first speech, what are the potential social and economic impacts of social bioeconomy in Brazil, in Latin America, and especially in the northern, in the southern mega biodiversity countries? So only in Brazil we have 5 different biomes, and I will give some numbers, especially for the Amazon, that represent 60% of our territory. So in the Amazon, we have over 200 different ethnic indigenous groups and 28 recognized different traditional communities. We are talking about 1.2 million people that manage about 200 million hectares of tropical forest. So these people, according to our last census, there are about 800,000 properties in the Amazon, and they manage and they are responsible for about 200 different production chains that are related to the biodiversity. But still, this economy, this social bioeconomy, is invisible. So for several reasons that we can discuss deeply, but one of our challenges is really to take out of the invisibility this social bioeconomy and really driven like important public policies that can, how to say, give a structure to these economies in the way that the forest-based economy can be competitive with some agriculture, the most powerful agriculture production chains that are now in place.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was super interesting. And guess what? We're going to change things a bit. And I was really interested when you highlighted that they're invisible. And then you said why. We can discuss that at a later time, but why? Why are they invisible? And, you know, what other allies, maybe other countries, like-minded allies, do you think, you know, Brazil could work with to make them less invisible and to, you know, bring this really to the fore? I mean, outside Brazil, you know, which countries are discussing the issue of social bioeconomy?
And I would say that out of the Amazon region, most of Brazilian people that we are a great market, consumer market, don't know the Amazon products. Like acai came in the last 10 to 15 years. But as I said, we had at least 200 other products, a lot of fruits, but not only fruits, fibers, oils, resins, and so on, that have been managed and used by our ancient indigenous people, and that were, how to say, not domesticated, but were managed even in pre-Columbian times. So nowadays, there is one effort that's very important effort from the Brazilian government that implemented the social biodiversity public policy. This public policy started to make records of official statistics and started to put price, a basic price for the local trade. They are invisible because they are important to the local market. They are so much important for the circular economy. But of course, we have in several challenges in this region, and one of the challenges are really related to mostly related to infrastructure, and I would highlight especially connectivity. Where internet arrives, of course, it should arrive along with electricity. But when internet arrives, it plays a lot of difference, providing new markets and new facilities, and especially the digital inclusion is especially important for the youth people, because the youth people don't want to do the same job as the parents. They really want to be in the forest, but they want to do the business and to adopt technology, and especially digital technology, in order to access markets, to aggregate value to their products, attached to the territories and to the intrinsic value of the products. Of course, some other aspects were already mentioned here, as access to treated water and means of production flow, and I would say access to not only to the private market, but also to governmental market. Brazil has a very important program that is to guarantee that the local production is purchased by the schools. So how to put our biodiversity products and food in the meal of students in Brazil. This represents a huge huge market for bioeconomy products from Brazil, from the different biomes and regions. I think this is one of the examples we could explore a little bit more. Someone told also about the superfoods. So superfoods are also one important, how to say, way of aggregating value to bioeconomy products from the Amazon and from other biomes.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was a lot of rich information, and we're going to come back and dig a little bit deeper. But I wanted to give the other speakers an opportunity to jump in, and we move to Christoph to talk about if and maybe how bioeconomy can become a new opportunity for formal job creation in developing countries, which we know that in many countries, informality is a big issue. And what sort of circumstances are needed, and how can we connect this agenda to the agenda of just transition?
Thank you very much. I think bioeconomy is a chance to combine different goals. One goal is certainly an economic goal. It's a business. You can make money out of it. But it combines it with an environmental goal because it also protects biodiversity. We can find other ways of how to use it. We just had a discussion on how to use, well, the Amazon reach, how to protect the Amazon reach, which is so rich for humanity because of its biodiversity. But the biodiversity also has a monetary value, and we can work on that. And the last but not least, we talk about social bioeconomy, and you invited me from the ILO. It's also a way to get income to people, to get a job to people, to local communities, to ethnic communities, because they also have a lot of knowledge about the nature-based products in this area. They know a lot about this. It's also a job opportunity for the youth, and there's also FAO, they did a nice study recently on this one. Let me start. Bioeconomy, you know, there's a growing demand for bioeconomic products, which is an opportunity for developing countries. It's an opportunity also for more processing, for more industrial development of what we call, here UNCTAD also said this, industrial latecomer, but there's a new chance. It's a new niche of products where a country could develop and could develop also a value chain on this one. And it's based on natural advantages of many developing countries, which is these biological natural resources, often combined with something else, with the knowledge economy. In some countries like Brazil, but also in Argentina, I lived recently in Argentina, and it was also a big issue, and we created a BioEco Latina network in Latin America, also with Brazil, Costa Rica, and all this. We can discuss this later on, how to get more visibility to all these activities. So that's very important also to combine it with biotechnology, so with the knowledge economy. Yeah, and some countries have it, but it's a big issue also for South-South cooperation, because also we heard here about Indonesia, then we have Congo, we have here this belt of the tropical countries and subtropical countries, and there's a lot of exchange, and they're similar, and there's a lot what could be transferred also to other countries, and that's good why we talk here in international atmosphere, environment, also to see how to enhance this, because this could be a new opportunity. ECLAC also called it a kind of a new paradigm for development for these countries. And so it's based on natural resources, and it's a longer, more complex value chain. It's not anymore, we should get out of developing countries selling just raw material. Yeah, there are obstacles, trade obstacles. I will talk about this later on, but that's also something to overcome and to have a common position about this. It creates new job opportunities. It has a high employment multiplier because it's a value chain. It's not just one product getting it out. No, you produce, you do something. Yeah, acai, you put it in pulps. Bioplastic, you have to produce it. You have some parts, for example, you have in agriculture. We have unskilled workers, And then you go to biotechnology, you create enzymes, you produce something, you create biopharmaceutical products where you have high-level people, highly educated people. For example, I did an analysis of biotechnology, high level, and you have more women than men. Agriculture, you have men than women. So you can find a little bit the place for everybody, and also you have a possibility for development, skills development, personal development of the people, but also for a country to develop, to go a step further. So that's very important. Also the rural area. Yeah, that's also an option to create more value in the rural area, also to get jobs and not to avoid that people go just to towns, but because also these products are sometimes difficult to transport in the raw version, but so I have to process it. So that also creates jobs also in the rural area, which is very interesting also on this. So that's on this side. How do you get there? Yeah, maybe I think not to bore you, it's always good to have a concrete example. You have some exotic fruits in the Amazon region, but there are also some simple things like carrots or peanuts. There are peanuts residuals in a little town called Ticino. It's not in Ticino, it's called Ticino. It's in Cordoba, in the province, in province of Cordoba in Argentina. So they have the comparative advantage of producing the peanuts. They have the biomass of the shells. What do you do with the shells? It's waste. No, it's not waste. People call it waste. That's why there's also the concept of circular bioeconomy. It's not waste. It's something what you can use with it. And then they have the experience with biotechnology. The industrial sector is advanced also in chemistry, and they have a good infrastructure, which is also very important in this case. So the peanut production increased, and also the waste increased. And they said it's an environmental challenge, you know. For some, it's a cost having these products, because it's what do you do with the residuals of this? But it's an opportunity. It has a value. So they were developing this, and they created 5 thermal power plants, bioenergy. So that was with the other town, there's another example of the carrots, which did not have any power cut in Argentina, where there was a national power cut. There were 2 cities, 2 towns who had energy security, and one was Ticino, just because of the peanut shells. Then they thought about other products. They produced dyes, activated carbon, biofertilizer, eco-bricks, yeah? And that created jobs from unskilled farmers to high-skilled researchers all around. What is, why was it so successful? What are the key elements of the success to develop this? There was a recombination of dynamic and collective capabilities of the modern agriculture sector and the biotechnology sector. So they created a kind of virtual circle of capability development and productive transformation. Related to, and what is here also very important, what we see in general, the education system should be more interdisciplinary. Not to keep it in a shell, but also working more, bringing things together. Yeah. For example, chemistry with biology, but also with some more practical things. Also vocational training. There are lots of jobs in vocational training, which has to be promoted a bit more. And it's very important to improve the innovation system, to support it, to have here also public support to have these innovations. What I said, what they already produced, to have this in mind and to diversify the production. So they created a kind, at the local level, there was a local economic development system, but at the rural side, they created this local clustering, you know, support from the governance side at the municipal level, also from the provinces, and there were also some programs from and some support from the national level. This came all together in a horizontal, articulated, and tailor-made way to develop this, also with the local universities and the communities. And there was also an effective public-private partnership, also enterprise support, how to finance it, how to transfer the knowledge between the companies, the smaller and the bigger companies, also with the universities. So these were kind of some successful examples to explain this. Last word maybe on just transition, because you mentioned this. I think it's also very important. It's very much linked to what we call just transition, you know, to a new paradigm, to use the resources we have in a sustainable way, but also providing benefits, also enterprises that could develop and giving a job. That there are also people who may lose the jobs. You know, we also have to see when you go to bioplastic, what happened to people who produce plastic, who produce petroleum, They go and we have to see this. How can we minimize also the adjustment cost to that, and how can we harness the positive aspect? How can we do this? How can we also, for example, include some ethnic groups who have a lot of knowledge about it, how to empower them through this process, how to empower the youth, how to empower the women, depending on the situation in the country context. I stop here.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Really interesting. And maybe if we have time in the next round of questions, we'd be curious to give you some time to think about how we could scale up this really good Argentina example, which worked so well. You know, any ideas on how we can take it to other regions and scale that up will be great. But let me come to Joyce and to hear now about the private sector and the role of the private sector in promoting or developing initiatives to foster social bioeconomy. And if you have any good examples, that would be great for you to share. Thanks, Joyce.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to share our knowledge. So from the perspective like contributing for the socio-bioeconomy conceptualization that we know that is a contested concept that is undergoing, it's building this concept. Before talking about the private sector, I'd like to bring very summary remarks from the day we have that many people have said about the finance as a bottlenecks in different levels, from international level, from national level, and I would like to bring it because it's also a local level bottlenecks, how to access finance to make a just transition. And also another thing that was really mentioned here along the day was the political will. That's two things that I want to bring, and private sector has a very important role in both things because there is also a consensus that there is no socio-bioeconomy without forest, without healthy ecosystem. So for the current business, it's really crucial that trading or investors accelerate the implementation of their zero deforestation commitments. And it needs to be done in a very comprehensive way, not just for forest. We see that different agri-food companies has already committed to zero deforestation, but it needs to go beyond forest. It needs to embrace all the other biomes. So this is the first thing, because we know, like, with forest, we can have socio-bioeconomy. As we have been discussing here, that's not just a replacement of foods, but it's the well-being of people and the development of the region. And in the academy, like, we have several studies that has already estimated the effectiveness of this kind of policy. I can give you example of the soy sector in Brazil. They have already committed a long time ago for zero deforestation in the Amazon, but they still haven't committed for Cerrado and other biomes. And we know that if this kind of policy has been implemented in the Cerrado, that is a very highly biodiverse savanna in Brazil, we could have avoided 46% of the soy-driven deforestation in Cerrado. So any policy that like triggers and try to leverage zero deforestation needs to have this comprehensive way to avoid causing leakage for other biomes, other countries, but also needed to account with an inclusive mechanism. That's why we can't just say about avoiding to having a market exclusion. Market exclusion of deforested products indeed is important, but it needs to be followed by a mechanism that can bring vulnerable farmers, vulnerable communities to the market access. So otherwise, we're going to cause a bifurcation of market, and it's not solve the problem. So the second point that it's very important role of the private sector, it's also to work together with national governments and international level policies to what? To ensure that we have conditions in the country to implement those policies. Otherwise, it's going to fail again. And I would say that shifting this narrative and this mindset for the investment flow, it's very important. So it's from the ending of the harmful subsidies for innovative and accessible finance. And it means taking the risk together, having a long-term perspective in the business for local communities. Because this framework that Anna Euler has been telling us, and Christopher also showed us, it also depends of local organizations and cooperatives, associations, and so on. And one example that, a very, very particular example, it's association in the northwest of Mato Grosso in Brazil, that is the belt of the soy belt and the livestock. There is a very alternative work with Brazil nuts, with like social, with cooperatives, women cooperatives that started the business, working in a collaboration with indigenous community. But the business to start, they needed seed grants, they needed the public purchase, public policy to leverage the business. So it's not only taking loans to leverage the business. There is a need of capacity building to envision how the business can need. Nowadays, this cooperative that is called Copavan, they are already selling Brazil nuts and also oil for Europe, for domestic market. However, their challenges are ongoing. And they are very, very basic challenges as cash flow, quality management, sanitary restriction. So we can see that it's a multi-level and cross-sectorial challenge that needs to be faced. And as Christopher also brought here, in terms of how can we circulate the products, in this case of the nuts, what is the next step? We have the seasonality of the nuts. Communities can't depend only on the nuts. We need to diversify the products on this, also in a small scale. And for that, we need innovation. We need change the structure of how the production, the collection, the harvesting is made. So there is all this role of the private sector in multi-level perspective, and again, making the finance accessible for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. I'm so enwrapped with what you were saying. You know, the discussion so far just peels back layers and layers. It's like a very big onion that you're peeling back so many layers, and you know, all the issues that have been brought to the table, whether it's the issue of telecoms infrastructure to skills development to the role of the private sector. It's just really fascinating and really complex. And, you know, it strikes me that there's still, you know, a lot of fragmentation, you know, one regime not speaking to the other. You talked about, you know, the leakage, for example, hadn't really struck me in that way. We often talk about carbon leakage, but we don't talk so much about the leakage to other biomes. You talked about finance. This is an area that I'm keenly interested in. And actually, finance is not the issue. There is money. Finance is not the issue. There is money, but it's what do we value, right? So we're willing to pay an investment banker, you know, millions of dollars, but we're not willing to assign value to certain assets that we have as a global community. So very interesting. I know that we started late though. I'm looking at David. David, we started late, so I'm going to keep on going for a little bit. Okay. SNDT comes into the UN building. So we'll go quickly to a second round of questions, and maybe if we can just keep it as short as possible, just a couple of minutes each, to try and, highlight the key matters around the questions I'm going to ask. And for you, Anna, I think it would be nice to hear what kind of partnerships you think are needed to foster social bioeconomy, circular social bioeconomy models even. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. First of all, I think it's important to say there is no silver bullet to really to give like what's the right pathway for improving and scaling up bioeconomy or social bioeconomy. We are treating this matter pretty much looking at the territorial development. We have to really to understand what are the realities of these territories to give obviously the leadership to the local communities and see what are the potential. In general, what we need to deal with such complex environment, we need coordination of initiatives between public, private, and at the local level. We need really to engage. And that's why we are doing as Embrapa right now. We know that in the Amazon or any other part of the world, especially in the South Global, it's not possible to work alone. And so what is our specific, what is the specific point that we can make the difference along with the other universities, with the private sector, with the public sector, and so on. So, of course, it's very important, as 50 years ago, we need investments in the science and technology to really to make make a different story from the extractivism to a really new social bioeconomy. So these investments, we think that can come from open innovation. So I think this is the difference, and that was it was just addressed by Christoph, like how we can attract public and private and investment to do open innovation with the communities. They have the local knowledge. We have the scientific knowledge, how to gather it, to really to put value in these products, aggregating value, as we were talking about superfood, but also, I was discussing during our lunchtime, how we have indicators to monitor if really if this bioeconomy is placing really changes in the well-being of local people in these territories. So what kind of partnerships? Like I would say, exchange of knowledge, technologies, and good practice, access to market and market knowledge. That's what we are expecting from ITC in our partnership in Brazil, like market intelligence and information, because there is no much information, especially when I said it's the bioeconomy is production chains, they are still invisible because they are informal. So we really must have a great effort to create this database in order to give to decision makers good information for taking decisions in public policies. Something we were talking about access to green finance opportunities for these local communities, sometimes starting with small grants or seed money, but afterwards it's necessary different schemes of investments and finance that can address these specific market chains. Also, we are talking about support traceability through certification, geographic indication. Nowadays, these are the how to say important tools for evaluating and positioning products from different territories and ethnic groups. And in the end, I think supporting networks and alliance for exchanging these regional knowledge and promoting these circular economies.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to quickly move to Christoph, who had said that you'd said that you were going to touch on the issue of trade in this next part. So please do touch on the issue of trade. I'm interested to hear how trade can help and what some of the stumbling blocks are.
Meanwhile, I prepared also the other question you asked me about the scaling up. But
Super.
I think Anna also replied a lot to the scaling up part. There are two aspects, trade aspects. Also, bioeconomy could help to replace imports of raw material, especially also fossil fuels, for example, and you can produce it locally. You reduce your dependence on these fossil fuels, and you could increase your energy security, and it's especially important in remote areas where you can have new productive activities. They didn't have this energy security, but now then through this bioenergy, they can have energy sufficiency and then the security also to engage in other productive activities. Sure, trade can serve as a catalyst for the development of a social bioeconomy by promoting resilient value chains, mainly in fostering international collaboration. These resilient value chains could encourage the establishment of innovative, diversified, and decentralized value chains. The countries can incentivize the adaptation of existing value chains already and the creation of new ones, which can then enhance the resilience. International collaboration has the effect, for example, trade could facilitate this international collaboration. For example, the knowledge and technology generation transfer through enterprises, through public-private partnerships, through South-South cooperation, we have already mentioned, but also North-South cooperation. I attended, for example, in Argentina, a workshop, and there were people from Norway, Finland, and Denmark, from the Nordic countries, coming to Argentina. There was kind of, this was also kind of research like IMPAPA, and they discussed it and they exchanged a little bit what they can do, and it was very fruitful. But I also see a lot of potential for South-South cooperation because it's the same climate, you know, and they can be around the same product, and sometimes they also are around the same problems.
We have huge markets.
Yes, and for example, also labor market, a lot of informal workers. How can we get jobs for these people, and how does this work? It's a conjunction of these elements, and I think this kind of international cooperation could enhance to harmonize also the regulation and the standards. As we're here in Geneva, ITC, UNCTAD, WTO, South-South centers, a lot on trade. I think we should talk also about trade. You know, how do we get visibility? Bioeconomy should be a business. A business is also not in the national market, also to export it to other countries, like acai. I can get my T-shell and acai here in Geneva, so it works out, but sometimes it doesn't. So we really have to see about the trade rules. They have to be clear and stable. And also sometimes there are still niches, but sometimes there's already stuck. High tariffs, tariff peaks, other standards, phytosanitary, sanitary standards, non-tariff restrictions. And sometimes it's also difficult to adjust to this, you know. What are the quality restrictions, conditions to export to the European Union for these products? And I think that's an important element which could then reduce this bioeconomy as a business. So that's very important, and there are opportunities. If I see, for example, bioplastic, yeah, this is something. Okay, there are also discussions if it's good or bad bioplastic there, but there are lots of aspects. But it's a market which is not really exploited by international companies, and this is a market where lots of developing countries, also with residuals, for example, of milk and corn, they can do something, you know. So this is something also. Opportunity also to make here a statement on the trade side, also to give here a place for developing countries to fill here the market. I think that's very important. Yeah, and then we all have to overcome some stumbling blocks. We talked about finance, the different ways of financing, and how to do this. Logistics could also be a very great problem with transport, especially if you're in a rainforest and to get the products out. And we talked about knowledge transfer, but I stop here.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Indeed, we really, we've started already at ITC. I mean, for many years we've been, looking at biodiversity, but more and more, and as Anna mentioned, discussing how we can work together to really interrogate the trade dimension of social bioeconomy and how we can create, translate value or harness the value of this sector. Joyce, let me end with you with a quick one on what sort of policy initiatives you think can support the rise of equitable social bioeconomies.
Well, that's a very challenging, but yes,
challenging
as I said, I think like the policy mix, what we're talking about here, and this multi-level implementation of policies are crucial. But we need to highlight that national government and international trading needs to guarantee the territorial rights and autonomy of indigenous people and local communities. Like, we need to talk the basic for that. So like starting from it, of course, it's really important. Also at national levels, all this discussion about how these products, the services, they are, how are the tributes, how is the tax, and how is the support for these economies to leverage. So it's of course it's a national discussion, but international level also support it in international agreements. And I would say also that when we are talking about the socio-bioeconomies of the forest and the health ecosystems, we need to be very careful and have policy safeguards for what? To avoid that only multinational companies control the socio-bioeconomy. It needs to be decentralized, and we need that this power relations be reduced so we can really leverage the power of the local communities for the forest and for the conservation of all the ecosystems. Very briefly and trying to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Joyce. It's something, and I'm just going to allow for one question. If anyone has a question in the room or online, then we allow for one. And if not, this is good because then we can wrap up a little bit. And I just want to wrap up by first thanking UNCTAD, our host, for inviting us all to be part of this discussion. And I understand today already was a really interesting day, lots of interesting and tangible discussions. So congratulations on a good first day and good luck for tomorrow. And then to acknowledge the contribution of the Vice Minister from Indonesia, Vice Minister Dohong, and to thank this incredibly knowledgeable panel for their contributions, and maybe just to leave you with a few of the things that stood out to me. One is that there's a lot of local knowledge and a lot of scientific knowledge already exists, and that there's an opportunity to through social bioeconomy models distribute value of these assets equitably and justly, and but that we still have some work to do in assigning a value to these really important and valuable assets, that there's still work to be done on attracting investment and finance, but that on the other hand as well, these models not only do they can they contribute to incomes and to economic development, but they can, and justice and equity, they also can contribute to issues like income security, to other environmental challenges, to inclusivity. I think there are many, many positives to come out of social bioeconomy. So with that, I thank you very much for your attentiveness, and I hand the floor back over to David. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you to all our distinguished speakers, listening very carefully. Fascinating experiences and lessons for all of us from the private sector, academia, and enterprises. Now, first, I would like to make an announcement. Tomorrow, we will continue these enriching discussions on various topics, particularly on the Common Montreal Biodiversity Framework, on access and benefit sharing, and also regional achievement and implementation lessons in Africa and in Asia. Tomorrow, please join us at 9:30 so we can start early. We will have coffee and croissants to generate some incentives for the bioeconomy. Also, please do not forget to fill all the surveys. This is very important, so we can have your feedback on how we can improve our services. Two more little things. Vanessa, I will tell Pamela to give you the promotion for sure. And I would like to invite all of you for the cocktails. I think you all deserve it. You have been very active, very nice audience. So please join us outside the room for a cocktail to Chin Chin for all this successful, very nice face day. And thank you to ITC, your family. So thank you very much.